Hey guys, welcome back to Themis and Thoughts. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking, go and get that. Today we're going to be talking about beauty again. Oh, I definitely could not see anything. How is everyone doing? How are you? How is everyone doing? Today was a rough day. Welcome to the membership, Nazra Ahmed. I also took a screenshot of two other people who became membership dance. Um, I think it was uh, Samad and also Cha. Those were two members. It disappeared, so it doesn't show up here anymore. But welcome. Today, I don't think I have ever. Hey Sober Bobo, hey Cat, hey LB. I have never wanted I have never wanted Friday to come as much as I wanted it to come this week. This week was rough. By the way, can you guys hear me? Hopefully you guys can hear me. I'm assuming you guys can hear me. Um, welcome, Ivy. Um, so first and foremost, this week was rough. I'm very happy it is Friday. Um, I mean, I feel it's not like I clock out on Saturdays and Sundays. It's just a mess. I hope you guys had a better week than I did. I think part of it was that I was feeling sick. I'm feeling a lot better. I ordered Cersei. So someone reached out to me on Instagram and told me to order Cersei. I don't know if you guys know what that is. It's a bush in Jamaica that we boil into tea and it becomes a bitter tea. And I completely forgot. I completely forgot how much I used to drink that when I was in Jamaica. I think there's a ghost in my apartment. So the ghost and I are just neighbors, apparently. I have a ghost roommate, apparently. I don't know. Um, I am sober tonight. You guys will not have me on here looking a mess ever again. Um, but let's do this. Before we start, um, who told y'all to send me the Who They Really Choose series? Who Themis finally made peace with that. Yeah, we're just friends now, apparently. It's probably one of my ancestors coming in to make sure I'm good and decided to stay. I don't know. But I wake up at night hearing things moving around. And I kid you not. Usually I'm like weirded out by it, but this week when I heard things moving, I just woke up and I was like, I'm too tired for this. So do what you gotta do down there. I'm not going downstairs. Y'all have fun, have your party down there. Just be quiet as you always are. I've never heard anything. So Casper the Friendly Ghost is down there having fun. And that's fine with me. At this point, I've made peace with it. Doors slamming. Now I don't hear they slam so much as I hear creaking noise, and I'm like, all right. All right. All right. I don't even rebuke anything anymore. I'm just like, all right, girl, I'm tired. I'm not joking, by the way. Like, I am like 110% like serious right now. Like, I am completely serious. They haven't bothered me yet. If I woke up with scratches, then I would have a problem. But so far, they seem to just be here chilling. So I'm gonna chill with them. All right. The Who They Really Choose series. Um, no, it's not slamming anymore. It's just creaking. And I'm like, all right, so I feel like I'm a weirdo because I actually don't believe in ghosts, and so that's probably the why I don't care. I have justified I've justified everything. All right, wait. Let's hurry up before we get into this. So, someone on Instagram actually took me up on this offer. I was like, what is the Who They Really Choose series that you guys are talking about? What is this? What is that? So they could be protecting you. Period. That's what I believe. They haven't done anything to me yet. But I started watching, and I have never laughed as much as I have laughed. Y'all are going to hell. You are all going to hell for that. Cynthia G. I don't know if she's here, but she's usually. That series is a mess. All right, but that's all I want to say. No. I want to show. There's something that popped up that I want to show you. Sober theme is chilling with the ghost. Yep. Here is what I want to show you guys. I needed to show you guys this.
My name is Joel Patrick, and today I got another message from another liberal who said I like to be white. They said, you want to be white so bad. It's disgusting. I'd like to clarify a few things. First of all, I don't want to be white. I'm very happy with the skin color that God gave me. But second of all, aren't white people the ones you say control all the aspects of society, have a great credit score, and have their dad? Please tell me how and when those are bad things. If being white means that I have privilege, why wouldn't I want privilege? See, you need to make up your mind. Either being white is a bad thing or being white is a good thing, but you can't have it both ways. But let me clarify something for you. I don't want to be white, but I would like to be perceived as intelligent. And if using Ebonics and you're talking like you ain't got no education, you're this right here black, and I don't want to be black. See, I would much rather be perceived as someone who cultivates intelligent thought, and someone who encourages people, just like Martin Luther King Jr. did, to judge people by the content of their character and not the color of their skin. And I would much rather be judged for the content of my character than the color of my skin. Whatever happened to judging people by the content of their character? Too many people are obsessed with what color someone is and not what their qualifications are. Did you know that African Americans in politics have increased by 200% since the 60s? Yet the lives of African Americans have not increased in wealth, in prosperity, in fatherhood. We are not doing better because there are more people of color in politics, because we're too concerned with putting people of color in politics and not concerned enough with putting people of character in politics. You will miss out on so many opportunities in life if you limit people to how they appear. Too many people are out here trying to discredit the opinions of individuals based on their color. If you're white, don't speak. That's interesting. Can you imagine if the tables were turned and you said, if you're black, don't speak? You'd be like, well, that's racist. Well, interestingly enough, racism against white people is just as problematic as racism against black people.
So racism, sorry, I'm not drunk enough for this. Let me continue.
White privilege is a racist idea because it tells people that they are less than someone else or more than someone else based solely on the color of their skin and ignoring their character.
Hi, Joel.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. I've been a follower of yours for like quite a few years, but I have a question.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you said you find it ironic how TikTokers get on TikTok and they say things like BLM, but you're asking if they employ Black people. Mm-hmm. But you yourself has said you don't employ Black people with Black sounding names.
No, that's not what I said.
That is what you said.
No, I said that if I was looking through a list of names and I saw Jaquan and Jabbar and I saw Hector and Carlos, I said from my personal experience, I would hire Hector and Carlos if I only had to go off the names. But the truth of the matter is I've actually employed a number of Black people over the years. And
I just wanted you to hear him attempt to be further delusional, because that's exactly what he said. He said he would hire people with white sounding names over black sounding names. He then goes on, by the way, Cynthia G did a cover of this, I think like a year ago. And I was watching it and I thought to myself, I'm going to bring this up in one of our political discussion because I think we need to be clear about politics. So I'm going to have a political discussion soon, not sure when. And please remind me to bring this up because I need to talk about this person and Candace Owens, and I need to talk about sort of the political framework under which we operate, because to be honest, is to not truly belong to any group. So that's where I'm going to start. And now let's get into this whole conversation regarding beauty. So Dr. Cottom wrote a book, well, a couple of books and a couple of articles. And for this one, she has a collection of essays. And in these essays, what she's talking about is beauty. Now, she opens up with a story about Miley Cyrus, and she was talking about how Miley was twerking with black women around her. She's a black woman, by the way. And she concludes the essay, and a major part of the conclusion in the essay is that she is ugly. Now, I have learned not to tell people who believe they're ugly that they're not ugly. Whatever you believe yourself to be, you can be that by yourself somewhere else. Like, that's fine. But I love this woman's writing, so I'm oftentimes trying to understand from different people's perspective what they mean and all of that. All right. But that's not why we're here today. We're here today to discuss beauty again. And as I was rereading the essay last night for this discussion, I was reminded of two things. First, one of the conversations I had with the moderators on last Sunday, was a huge debate where some of the moderators vehemently disagreed with me. I won't talk about my conclusion here because I realized there is an issue with space and what space I should occupy in the conversation about beauty. So I won't give my sort of pushback in the way that I did in the private discussion with the moderators, right? But on the other hand, I was reminded of, for Harriet, Kimberly Foster. She actually did a video on beauty. Now, if you don't know anything about me, I love this woman's content. However, I disagree with her a lot on like a lot of things. And for Harriet is a feminist, a Black feminist who does prioritize taking care of, at least in the way that she presents her content, taking care of herself, but also figuring out why system in place disproportionately impact people of color, which include everyone of color, right? And so there is usually a tension that happens between, for Harriet and BWE, right? And there is a kind of inconsistency that happens. That is not what we're here to discuss. We are going to rewatch two videos from her. And we're doing that through the lens of the essay. I'm assuming we all read this essay. I'm assuming we read this essay. Please tell me you guys did read this. All right. And so we are going to move forward with the assumption that you guys read it. And the reason I'm bringing up for Harriet here is she made a video entitled "Beauty is a Bad Investment." Now, I wish I could do a poll, right? I wish I could do a poll in the chat where I could see the numbers, but I'm not going to try to figure that out. So I'm going to do it like this. Drop a 1 in the chat if you think beauty should be theorized. I'm going to ask a question again. Drop a 1 in the chat if you think beauty should be theorized. Drop a 2 if you think we should just leave it alone. Beauty, don't theorize beauty. So a 1 if you think it should be theorized, and a 2 if you think we should leave it alone. I need to see something about the chat. All right. More 1s than 2. There's a lot of 2s, and I actually I foresaw a lot more 2s, but it looks like people think beauty should be theorized. All right. Well, it has been theorized, and academics will do anything they can to make everything into a theory. So now we have beauty as a theory. A theory of power, a theory of capitalism, beauty as a concept moved beyond, oh, I look good today. And we're going to talk about it. But to do so, we are going to have to go to Kim from For Harriet, and we are going to watch her video. I am not critiquing her. I am not critiquing her feelings. Rather, I'm talking now about a theory of beauty that we all decided we should be doing. Someone said, thank you. Vitamin said it's about 60-40, I think, in favor of 1. Good. All right. Well, not good or bad. I don't really care. I just wanted to test the temperature of the room. Let's watch For Harriet, and let's try to understand why.
I'm great. Thank you so much for asking. It's me, Kim, and I'm back for another video. Today, we're going to talk about why beauty is a really, really bad investment. Recently, I've been keeping up with this scandal involving...
That was a separate question. Do you think beauty is a bad investment? Drop a 1 if you think beauty is a bad investment. A 2 if you think beauty is a good investment. So drop a 1 if you think beauty is a bad investment, and drop a 2 if you think beauty is a good investment. 1 bad, 2 good. Oh, whoa. I did not see this one coming. Wait, what? Do I not know my audience? Do I not know my audience? I mean, I would have dropped the 2 also, but now I actually want to hear why you guys think that. Actually, I'm now going to write this as a question for the panel. That is interesting. A bad investment. I am surprised. All right, wait. I'm surprised that so many of you think beauty is a bad investment. Erica said, depends on the lens. All right, all right. Well, this might actually be a way more fascinating conversation tonight than I originally thought. All right.
Antoine Fuqua cheating with Nicole Murphy. And in case you don't keep up with celebrity gossip, and, congratulations, Antoine Fuqua is a former music video director, and he also directs feature films. And he was seen cheating on his wife with Nicole Murphy, who is popular on Instagram, and she's Eddie Murphy's ex-wife. And the problem is Antoine Fuqua is very, very married. The paparazzi caught Nicole and Antoine hugged up a couple of times in Italy. And honestly, the word on the street is that for that man, cheating is a pastime because he has 2 extramarital children. But Antoine Fuqua is currently married to an actress named Lela Rochon. And Nicole tried to clear it up, but she actually made things worse by coming out and saying that she's just an old family friend of the Fuquas, and she and Antoine just exchanged a friendly hello in Italy. But it's like, girl, come on now, we have eyes. And her even coming out to acknowledge that she is a friend of the family's means that she knew he was married. But I have no desire to drag Nicole. I mean, she was wrong, but only one of those parties is actually married. It's Antoine. So he's getting the majority of my scorn. While we all should have been using all of our energy to drag the cheaters, people, of course, felt it necessary to pull in his wife, Lela Rochon. Now, if you are not a fan of Black films from the 90s, you might not know that Lela Rochon was a very prominent actress. She was just stunningly beautiful, like a brown-skinned bombshell in the 90s. The role that I know her best from is in Waiting to Exhale. She played Robin. She's pretty much laid low for about 2 decades. We haven't really seen her in a lot. But back in the 90s, she was a gorgeous woman in her 20s and 30s. And now she's a beautiful woman in her mid-50s. But people are pulling up pictures of Layla Rashawn to say, oh, look at how she looks now. Of course he's going to cheat. And I got to underscore here that there is nothing wrong with the way Layla Rashawn looks. No, she doesn't look the way that she did in her 20s and 30s, but who does? And people have tried to come to Layla Rashawn's defense and say, oh, well, she had some kids and she has an autoimmune illness. And really, I really don't know. But you don't need to be sick to gain weight. Our bodies change. We get older. Those things are natural. We live in a sexist, fatphobic society. So I'm really not surprised by people pulling up these allegedly unflattering pictures of this woman and saying, oh, that's why he's cheating or whatever. But need I remind you that then people get cheated on every day. Beyonce got cheated on. Giselle Bundchen got cheated on. Cheaters are gonna cheat. I need y'all to check out Esther Perel, for real. All of this conversation about Layla Rashawn and her body and her cheating ass husband just reminds me that people are gonna find any way to blame a woman. Anything that they can do to pinpoint a woman's shortcomings, they're gonna do it. And this is why objectification is a problem for women. Because by pulling up a picture of Layla Rashawn in her mid-50s, and again, she looks fine. But comparing how she looks now as a middle-aged woman to how she looked when she was 20 or 30, people are saying that her primary value, her fundamental worth lies in her physical appearance and not in how she might have been a wonderful partner to her husband, particularly if her husband really does have 2 extramarital children.
All right. Well, this is not a critique of the video yet, but no one can talk about how good of a wife she is to the husband because no one knows. And that you stay with a cheating husband does not make you a good wife. In fact, I think what would make you a better wife is to leave. None of my business. And that's why I don't give advice. However, when you say beauty in the way that it's being used to explain why a man may or may not cheat diminishes the woman to an object and its objectification, I don't think that is very strictly accurate, right? Like you can have beauty is objectification, but that does not mean beauty itself is a bad currency, particularly in an age where you can potentially secure a good life because of how you look. Like you don't have to work on your personality anymore. Just try to leverage your beauty to get ahead. The Kardashians would be a perfect example of this. Like I remember an interview where, was it Barbara? Was saying, you don't have any talent, you don't have any skills, but you guys are famous and rich. And part of that is, and we can critique the culture that exalts beauty, which might be useless because it cannot provide, right, food, right? Like beauty is not a job, but it does have currency because we give it, there's a lot of useless things in society that we give value to, and we just do it. So I think to diminish the utility of beauty in a world that put value on it where it would otherwise be valued less, I don't think it's a fair approach, right? I don't think her approach is fair. But let's continue, because I do fundamentally agree with some of her points. I think they're just too broad.
Find it to be really odd when people pretend to be shocked and disgusted by very natural things like aging and weight gain. When people argue that Layla Rashawn earned a despicable husband by not defying the aging process, by not looking exactly how she did 20 years ago, I'm like, what does your grandma look like? What does your mom look like? Your sisters, your cousins, your aunties? Are we at a point where everybody, whether you're rich or not, is expected to age like Angela Bassett? Because I know all y'all can't be living in Hollywood. So what do y'all see around you? Clearly, everybody's mom and aunts and grandmas aren't out here looking like Nicole Murphy. And she is a gorgeous woman. So is Angela Bassett. But it's just not realistic. Could it be that if a woman dares to be anything less than perfect, that our society will do whatever it takes to help men evade accountability for their actions? And I gotta tell you, it is super weird to see men point their finger at this woman and say, well, women have a responsibility not to change. You have a responsibility to keep yourselves up. And I'm like, do y'all realize that 3/4 of men will experience balding or hair thinning during their lifetime? Like, go back in time and find your hairline if that's so important to you. So there are a couple of things.
All right, now get ready for the tomatoes. I fundamentally disagree with the notion that, well, actually, let's step back. I don't think the conversation here is about beauty. Beauty is being used as a scapegoat or an excuse by men to engage in bad behavior or explain why this person's husband engaged in bad behavior. But we know this is not true, right? Beyonce got cheated on. Need I say more, right? And if we're being honest, I think what tends to happen is we tend to, instead of, and again, I'm for theorizing, but instead of owning the fact that, well, this is not what the conversation should be about, right? It is not that she is ugly or she changed that caused a man to cheat. We know that. So I'm agreeing with her. But somehow there is this kind of using her quote unquote diminished beauty as an explanation for why he cheats by the society. That does not mean it's true. And we know that that does not mean it's true. So it's not about beauty, because even if the society says, oh, it's because she got ugly that he cheats, we know that's not true. So what is a more fundamental question is, why would he cheat? Or why would she stay? Right? I I think the discussion about beauty isn't being done well. And part of that is because there is this concept that men don't care about beauty. And I will let you know that that is a lie. I don't care how straight you think the man is, they care about beauty. And this is where I think we should include men in the conversation to get dragged also. Because our society tells us that men should not care about how they look, and rather we should care about our pocketbook. I think we take that as a fundamental fact of human experience, that men don't care about how they look. Some of them don't know how to care about how they look, but they actually do, on an emotional sense, care about how they look. And people, we're going to get into it. Actually, let's get to Kodak Black and I don't know this man's name. Do not get me to lie. So I don't know his name, but here he is. Glock 9. Because this is, I'm pretty sure this is copyright written. So I will play it in the background. You will only see my face. And listen to what he says about his appearance. I wish you could see him moving while he talks, but this is probably why theory is so messy, because it's going to feel like it's all over the place, but I promise there is a point at the end, hopefully. Hopefully. Listen carefully to what he's saying.
I was listening to some of the lyrics, and one of them said, she know I'm kind of ugly. It's like Beauty and the Beast.
I ain't gonna lie. That lyric getting on, like, that bit pop out. That's what, I don't know. Well, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I know I'm ugly, too.
You think you're ugly?
Little piece. I still get hold. Tripping. I still be on my fly man shit, though.
Well, you know, money makes you handsome.
Yeah.
And fame makes you.
You can see him. I'm not going to play it anymore because of copyright. Let me just say fair use quickly. But what we're seeing here is an insecure man. He's insecure about how he looks. And let's be honest about the fact that men do care about at least how the world perceives them. There is a movement of sorts for men to say, yeah, I'm ugly, but I get women, right? Yeah, I'm ugly, but the acknowledgement of I am ugly is a problem. Yes, when we age, some of us go bald. We use ugly jokes. We talk about how unattractive we are. And this idea about, again, being an ugly man doesn't matter. If you ask a man directly, except this one apparently, does it matter to you that you're ugly? They might say no. So if you want to find out for real, you're going to have to take a bunch of corners, because they're not going to directly answer the question regarding how it makes them feel that they are quote unquote ugly. That kind of insecurity does bleed out in other ways. I'm not a psychologist, but self hatred in this way bleeds out in certain conversation, who we are attracted to, and how we reaffirm, right, reify hegemony. And by hegemony, in this case, I'm talking about the hierarchy of beauty. Kodak Black actually was told he was ugly, and he didn't have a meltdown, but he did go live and he tried to convince us that he wasn't ugly. Now, I'm not saying he's ugly. I'm saying he tried to convince us that he's not ugly, and this is the last one I'll play. But this is only to highlight that men do consider themselves in the hierarchy of beauty. And in fact, the ranking scale from 1 to 10, they place themselves on it. Now, I'm beyond the scale, but they do place themselves on it. I'm going to play Kodak Black, but before I do, that Cynthia G is here. Let me say this. Welcome, Cynthia G, but also that who they really choose series is a mess, an absolute mess. You are dead wrong. You are dead wrong for putting that together. I could not stop laughing watching that today. I think I'm gonna have to talk about that at probably some other time. But you are absolutely wrong. Hashtag beyond the scale, period. But here's Kodak Black after people dragged him for being ugly.
Handsome as shit, boy. You know I'm from the ugly corner 1800 block. Y'all stop playing with me, man. Sometimes people on the shade room comments be trying to put me like I'm ugly or something. I ain't never been ugly. And I'm rich. And I'm good. You heard me?
All right. So he said he's never been ugly, and he explains other things about what he does. He's rich, he can do this well, blah, blah, blah. Never really dispelling the fact that he's ugly, right? I'm not saying he is. I'm saying nothing he just said would dispel the fact that he's ugly, besides him repeating that he's not ugly. Now, I'm not saying him believing he's ugly, even though he outwardly tried to dispel this, is why he chooses who he chooses, but it's something we need to think about. Men do consider themselves against other men in terms of how beautiful they are. I hate the word beauty. I feel like I should say handsome, but we're definitely not going to gender this anywhere. Like, you're a man, you're going to have to deal with. You're going to have to deal with the beautiful and not beautiful. So when we think about how these insecurities show up, it could be that he blames his skin color for not being beautiful and therefore only wants to date a certain kind of skin color to offset his own blackness, because I think a lot of people don't know about how biology works, and the child could come out as dark as he is. And the question is, would he still love that child the same because of the skin tone? And I know part of this is skin tone because for Harriet is going to talk about it, and Dr. Cottom, right? Cottom, in her book, Thick, in the paragraph, in the essay that talks about beauty, highlights something that I find fundamentally a problem. And I will read from this book right now. So it says, Black women have worked hard to write a counter narrative of our worth in a global system where beauty is the only legitimate capital allowed women without legal, political, and economic challenge. Beauty is not a good capital. It compounds the oppression of gender. It constrains those who identify as women against their will. It costs money and demands money. It colonizes. It hurts. It is painful. So That is the quote regarding beauty. It actually then goes further and says Black women are excluded, or Blackness is excluded from beauty. Now, for beauty to have any meaning, the author writes, Blackness has to be excluded. I don't know if you guys heard that, so let me do a poll. Drop a 1 in the chat if you actually agree with the author. Drop a 1 in the chat if you agree that for beauty to have any value, it has to exclude Black. Because, well, I'm trying not to give my opinion here. So drop a 1 in the chat if you agree with that. Because for anyone who dropped, well, I want to see the poll coming in. 1, 1, 1. All right. For anyone who is dropping 1, I'm gonna drop the link for you first. I want to understand, not for those who disagree. Again, this is only for people who agree. If you agree that for beauty to have any value, it has to exclude Black. Please click that link and let's have a discussion. All right. Everyone who dropped a 1, please click that link. Before we continue, I actually want to stop here. Was that Ivy? I think I saw Ivy in here. Anyway, for anyone who said it necessarily has to exclude Black, please click the link. I'm going to continue.
Things here. One, this is why I strongly discourage women in hetero partnerships from being ride or die, because that energy is very rarely reciprocated. I mean, just look at how much more likely a man is to leave his sick wife than a woman is to leave her sick husband. That's real. But 2, beauty is just, it's not a great investment. And this is why I really enjoy having critical conversations about beauty and what it means as a system of structural inequality. Because a lot of times, feminists try to be fake about it. Like, oh, everybody's beautiful and it's just how we feel and we're reclaiming it. And I'm like, no, let's be real. Beauty is a form of capital. Beauty is a commodity that women trade for lots of other stuff. And men
Oh.
You're on mute, Themis.
So we're going to do this. The panel is closed, by the way. This is it. I don't want to get lost in this. We're going to do this. Marcus, you could come on. I just added you and said it was closed. All right, let's add Hope then. We're going to do this for 11 minutes. All right. Go ahead, Kimberly.
Hi, Themis. Hi, chat. I put a 1 because in order for their beauty to count, blonde hair, blue eyes, thin lips, little noses, you would have to exclude the Black, so it can't be compared to thick, juicy lips, fat thighs, pretty eyes, Black beauty. So that is my reason for putting a 1.
All right. So, but beauty doesn't necessarily have to be white, though. Are you saying?
Well, that's who usually does the who wants to do a survey about beauty is the general population, which happens to be European.
All right, go ahead, LB.
Okay, so I came up because I wasn't sure if you meant within the context of the essay or just generally if we felt that way.
Generally.
Oh, okay, well then I'm not supposed to be here.
No, that's fine.
Can I comment on the book though?
No, wait. We can, but it's not the time yet. I'm going to open the panel up again.
Can you put me backstage?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to open up the panel for more people who
Okay,
disagree. But, all right, Marcus.
So that line actually struck me because that was my favorite, I think either my favorite or one of the favorite parts of the essay. And so in the idea, yes, okay, there's two different beauties. There's, someone like on the individual level and, on the cultural capital level. And so, like, for example, one of my other, sorry, I was just going to make a, sorry, I just had a brain fart. So basically, because beauty with the social capital, it shows what is valued in a society. And so even if, like, defining whiteness, like, obviously there's a cultural whiteness, and it changed, like, what is white and what's black, and that changes according to society. So different cultures. And so with the idea of beauty and defining what is beautiful, you can look back on beauty norms and see what was valued in a society, and you can tell a story about a society. So if you look at, so I agreed with that in the societal way and what gives you cultural currency. And also with talk about with what is beauty, even if
Wait, so then this is where I don't, well, I'm trying my best not to push back. I'm really trying. So to the extent we're talking about beauty standards, sort of telling a story about a culture and a time, wouldn't blackness right now be included in the beauty standard? Like,
actually, that was my next point. Because even if it's certain things that are associated with blackness, like big lips. Like, I'm 37. I remember when bigger lips were not considered beautiful in the change. It has to be. It's kind of in the cultural eye. It has to be kind of separated almost from blackness. Like, you have like big lips or big butts and everything, and black people say like, what? Well, when it was just associated with black women, it's considered ugly. Just associated with black women, it's considered ugly, and there's silence. And so, like, the idea, and even if in normal everyday life where you see someone beautiful with big lips or any other traits that are were associated with just blackness, it's on the culture.
So there is this thing that, like, there are, so I'm gonna get dragged online if I go the full mile on this. So there is this idea, right, that there are obviously black people who are not beautiful, but they're also beautiful black people. And they are beautiful black people who benefit tremendously from the structure that exists that prioritizes whiteness in the beauty hierarchy. But these black people who benefit from it would even benefit more than some white people. And because of that, it's not an exclusion, though the features are more likely to be found on white, even if that's where we're going. There are black people with it, and therefore it's not skin tone necessarily that rejects one from being higher in the beauty hierarchy.
Sorry, when you said that the black people would benefit more than the white people, can you explain what you mean by that?
So a larger white woman might not be able to get a contract as a model as a dark-skinned, skinny black woman in terms of her facial features and being good. As good as in the way that the fashion industry would require.
Oh,
so,
but sorry,
you're not comparing apples to apples in that case.
Yeah,
no. So it's not beauty. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's not the skin tone that is the problem. Well, I'm not saying.
No, you're not comparing a skinny white lady with a skinny black lady.
Yeah, but well, if you do that, right, then you are saying that there is an added value on skin tone. I wouldn't disagree with that. I'm saying you're not.
There's a discount on blackness.
There is a discount.
I'm sorry, Marcus. I'll wait until you finish. I'm sorry.
No, please, no. This is an open panel, and I actually do agree with that. I fully agree with that. I'm not disagreeing with anything that you say.
Sorry, because I think Hope is going to go in another direction. But I look at that in a different way because. Okay, thank you. Sorry, and then I'll let you go. So I've also read about that, and so there's also a moral imperative part for beauty, especially for women. And so women, like white women, who are bigger, are considered more of the failures because they have this expectation to go more into the beauty, to be closer to the beauty moray. But since Black women are othered so much, when you are othered, you are shown, like, for example, the Hottentot. I don't want to say that. I'll take that back. I don't want to do that comparison. But you are othered. And so when you are othered, you can be presented that's slightly different from, that's like not so much as this is beautiful, like this is exotic, or this is different, or look at this. So the bigger Black model is allowed to be seen slightly more because Black women aren't supposed to be beautiful anyway. So it's okay to see that.
Yeah, but so what I'm saying is not that it's not white supremacist, and it is. Like I would never, I've made the claim that it is. What I'm saying is it does not exclude, well, it did, right? But like now, if we're thinking about it, if I'm saying something is beautiful, I am not saying that you have lighter skin. But you're saying that the world, right, in our contemporary society, when we think about beauty, it's the blonde hair, blue eyes, but that's not true anymore, is it? Oh, what do you think when you think about beauty? Like when you think about it, what comes to mind?
Oh, sorry, I promised to let
wait. Someone say, can we define beauty for the scope of this conversation? No.
Sorry, I'm quiet because I promised to let Hope go, or was that to me?
Go ahead, Hope. Hope was coming in hot.
Sorry. Okay, so y'all said a lot of good points, but what I wanted to start out with is what I'm talking about is big B beauty. I'm not talking about, we can see beauty in everything. Different people can be beautiful. When you ask, does beauty exclude Blackness? I'm talking about big B beauty, not the everyday. Like, you can never tell me I'm not beautiful.
When you say big beauty, you're talking about the machine that sells beauty, right?
I'm talking about, yes, when you ask any regular person out there, what is the standard of beauty? They're gonna come back with a Eurocentric standard of beauty. And that is globally as well as locally as well. And she said something amazing, page 52. Let's see. When you talk about, oh, well, how come these people are allowed to exist, like the Black models or whatever? She said, how else will, I'm sorry, I'm a bit nervous today. I don't know why.
Are you talking about where she says, indeed, any system of oppression must allow exceptions to validate itself as meritorious? Sorry.
Exactly. How else will those who are oppressed by the system internalize their own oppression? So when you put people as Beyonce, or when you allow for some Blackness to be the exceptional examples of beauty out there, the people that are excluded from that, the Black people are excluded from that. You can always be like, hey, look, there's a beautiful Black person that is celebrated out there. Therefore, if you're not into that, it's your fault. You can then internalize the fact that big B beauty, the definition of it does not include you as a Black person, as a Black body.
But if we fundamentally agree that beauty is a capitalistic sort of invention, which it's not, but it has been weaponized by capitalism for profit. That's what capitalism does. But if we accept that, it's not about exclusion anymore, right? It's about fooling people into believing they can meet a standard that they can't.
And so if they can't meet it, therefore they're excluded from it by definition.
But
They
that's
can,
not black. That's not an exclusion of black. It's an exclusion of hopefully most people.
it
For
is
the
hold on, it is exclusion of blackness because we see things when they extract and appropriate things that are deemed quote unquote black, like big lips and big butts, like aka the Kardashians. No black woman has benefited from black quote unquote black
I
features.
don't feel like it's fair to say no black women have benefited from black
You didn't let me
features.
finish. As much as the Kardashians. That's
Yeah.
You're not going to have a black woman with a lip line that is not even her own lips make millions and millions of dollars. You're not going to have a black woman with a butt that's not even hers.
I mean, we can say Rihanna is the black woman making millions. I'm not saying the beauty industry didn't reject black women and doesn't still reject black women. I would never say that. It's just the way in which we are. I think we have kind of internalized the sort of white supremacist approach.
No. Which it takes me to exactly, which I have it like pinpoint here, page 60, when she says, when I say I'm unattractive or ugly, I am not internalizing the dominant culture's assessment of me. I am naming what has been done to me and signaling who did it. This is to me the crux, the most important part of the whole thing, because people keep saying when somebody says she's ugly or she's unattractive, it's like she's saying that as her own. I'm pretty sure whether she believes it or not, that's not the issue. What I'm saying is when it's like looking the system in its face and saying you are deeming me ugly. That is what has been done to me. That is the place that I will always be less than your ideal, because the ideal by definition does not include me. It's a white lady. Like when we literally Google anything, whiteness comes up. Google a beautiful woman, it's mostly gonna be white woman. It's not an imagination. And every time the system rubs against its own contradiction, because capitalism is full of contradictions, and every time it rubs against it, and then it sees like, why do people like big butts? Oh, why do people like blackness and black features? It adjusts and it co-opts as much as possible.
Yes, I don't think it does. Well, I mean, I don't know why it does that.
Because blackness is not inherently not beautiful.
Hope, it has to be a conversation. Like,
sorry, my bad.
Yeah. So when we think about how beauty may or may not, as a thing, include certain groups of people, I don't disagree that beauty would exclude a lot of black people because of what it prioritizes in terms of features, right? But to say it excludes black, or it necessarily have to exclude black, I find fundamentally flawed, because it doesn't have to, particularly if selling is the goal, right? If the whole issue with beauty is I need to be marketable and I need to use you as a commodity. No one should want to be that, but we all want the validation, so we all attempt to attain it. But beauty is to exclude as many people as possible while telling them that they could possibly get it if they but buy this makeup.
And there's another. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. What I'm saying is, who's saying that beauty has to exclude blackness? What we're saying is, what I'm saying, hold on, what I'm saying is it has and it does exclude blackness. Big B Beauty does that already. It will only change.
No, but that was not the claim made, right? That it has and it
does. It continues.
That it has and it does and continue is not the question. For it to be valuable, it necessarily has to exclude black is a proposition. And I'm saying it does not necessarily have to exclude black.
I understand what you're saying, that maybe we can shift that to within a capitalist, from my understanding, within a capitalist system, maybe somebody else could be excluded. Is that the point? Because so I get that, but that doesn't. It's like, yes, we can work because we have two different options. We can try to change the system, or we can try to play within the confines of the system.
All right. So if we play in the confines of the system, there are still Black women who could compete in the system that is promoting white beauty,
And the
and
rules
white
are
women,
not
and white women who are in the system who cannot achieve that standard. I'm not saying we should accept it or shouldn't accept it. I'm saying even if we accept it as true, right, there's still Black women who can outcompete in the white supremacist system of beauty.
Yeah,
I
and
can
those are by
speak to
numbers
that.
exceptions of exceptions. Go ahead, Marcus.
So there's when I was saying before, sorry, I literally took a nap before this and set my alarm, so my brain was a little slow. Now it's waking up. There's also a morality aspect to beauty. So when I was
Wait,
talking,
no. If you can come
no,
back.
making a point.
Please write it down. No, please write. I feel like it's going to shift. Once you
Mhm.
say there's a moral aspect or morality aspect to beauty, we are going to go into judgments about goodness and badness, and we're not there yet. Like
That's not where I'm going.
Huh?
That's not where I'm going.
No, but all right, go ahead.
So with the idea, when I was saying before that when you're outside the idea of beauty, big B, you are othered. And so you can be put forth and it's othering. So when beauty, when Black people or other people who are not white, who are put up as, who has lauded, it's usually under a certain lens. Like, for example, Black women is usually hypersexualized. Like Rihanna. I was actually curious about this. When Rihanna first came out, everyone thought she was cute. Everyone was like, oh, she's a pretty woman. But when did she become this big star? When she changed her image and it was like more sexual. I'm not saying she became more famous just because she became more sexual, but that's when everyone's like, oh my God, Rihanna is blah, 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 blah. It's like this hypersexuality. It's like with Asian, it's this exoticized, yeah, I'm loving that. I don't know why. It's like Asians, it's the exoticized like lens. However, whiteness.
Sorry, I'm putting a 7-minute timer on.
Yeah, I'm coming. I'm at the end. But whiteness, it's allowed to be pure, and it's the goodness. There is none of that othering lens. That's what I mean.
I mean, I don't know how to respond to that.
That's why I wanted to say it. It was different from what you were saying.
No, but the question is whether or not beauty, for it to be valuable, has to exclude Blackness. And
when we talk about power, correct?
Wait, all right. There is a prescriptive nature to the question. It's not saying, look around and tell me what is happening in the world. It's saying, this has to be this way.
I understand what you're saying. And I'm saying by only allowing certain lenses, it's upholding that big beauty. It's upholding what you're saying. It's excluding Blackness because it's saying...
Wait. The very next statement both of you make should be, it has to exclude and then because. Say, beauty has to exclude... Wait, beauty has to exclude Blackness because.
Beauty has to exclude Blackness because there is a morality aspect. It is something also a part of that. And so when you have the like the Madonna whore, the different types of lens of horror being exotic or hypersexual, you have that avenue for the other, the non-Black, the non-white person. But big B, like beauty, unequivocally, it has to be white. And those othering lanes uphold that whiteness.
All right, Hope, Beauty. Cynthia, if you can come up, please do. Please, because I can't really push back because I feel like as a man, the pushback is going to be dragging my identity as a man and not a woman. So I feel like there's go ahead, Hope. For beauty to be valuable, it has to exclude whiteness because
Can I say for beauty to be valuable under capitalism, it has to include
yeah,
okay,
that's
because I want to be very specific about this because there's a huge difference between my personal belief of what's beautiful, which definitely includes blackness, if not mostly blackness, versus what is big beauty. So for beauty to be useful and valuable under capitalism, it has to, by definition, exclude blackness because the holders of power, they're largely white people, white males, and they will not concede any real power to black people in any kind of way. They will not degrade their own image and the image of their counterpart. They will only allow for exceptions of beautiful other people as niche or as exotification.
no, but
To show that they're legitimate.
All right, I go ahead.
To hide their illegitimacy, if that makes sense.
Welcome, Cynthia, welcome. Because I so fundamentally disagree with this. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How about you? I actually think this is a great topic as well. But here's where I'm sorry. What is the lady's name that was speaking? I don't want to like insult her.
I'm Hope.
Oh, hi, Hope.
Hi, Cynthia.
Nice to meet you.
You too.
So where I disagree with at is that yes, there can be a societal concept, obviously. You know, they can set the beauty standard as however they want to set it, which many people actually will argue that Black women are the beauty standard because people keep mimicking our features. We know, white women, they tan because they want to be brown, which is not white. They get the lip fillers, they get the booty injections or the BBLs. They want to cornrow the hair. I mean, you can just look at Kim Kardashian and a lot of these other popular women who mimic Black women. So many people think that the beauty standard is not a white standard. However, even if it were a white standard, it could be a standard for the white community. Black people don't have to acquiesce to the white beauty standard, much like they don't have to uphold the notion that white is superior. So that's why I made the comparison saying that, in order for white supremacy to be, for lack of a better term, a living, breathing concept, everybody who's non-white has to acquiesce to it. So essentially a white beauty standard is just another sub concept of white supremacy. It's saying that the women who are connected, the white women, they're the beauty standard of all women. But if Black people don't acquiesce to that, then that is their beauty standard. What we don't do is we don't uphold Black beauty. And that's the problem, is that when we advertise what we believe is beautiful as a Black community, we're saying and agreeing that whiteness is the standard. So we're acquiescing to it. And that's why it's the standard, because we're allowing it to be.
And the major export from the Black community in terms of culture is hip hop, which, like Cynthia just points out, uplifts white beauty standards. The question, by the way, for people asking is that, is it true that for beauty to be valuable, it has to exclude Blackness? I don't believe that, and I completely agree in that if we rejected the white standard of beauty and put forward our own and uplift our own, then their beauty standard is not our own. Now, the question about whether or not capitalism can exist, right? Whether capitalism can survive if white beauty standard is not the standard, the answer is yes. Because the whole point of the beauty standard is to reject most people from it to then sell you an idea that you can become it. Like, once you can do that, in my opinion, the beauty standard can evolve and we can be in, like, I don't know about you, but on a personal level, obviously, I don't care about the white beauty standard. But at a societal level, yes, it can include blackness. I don't think it necessarily have to exclude black. And
I don't disagree with what y'all are
I don't
saying.
agree either. It doesn't have to exclude
I
blackness. It
understand
doesn't.
that, but at the same time, I understand where these at least the writer. It is important to say things like, under this system, I am deemed as ugly. To say, but it wakes people
yeah,
up
but yeah, you
to
can be
then
no
reject.
wait. You can be deemed ugly under the system without saying I am deemed ugly under the system because I am black.
Why is that not the case? If that is why you're deemed ugly because you're blackness.
But there are black people who are beautiful, so it's not necessarily because of your blackness that you're ugly. It could just be I almost went there.
I think a fundamental issue, and I'm not picking on the comment section, so I'm not going to mention the name of the person. I'm going to mention LB because she wants me to answer a question, so I'm going to answer that too. But there was another comment in the question in the comment section that really made me understand what the issue is. In our mindset as Black people, we attach beauty to whiteness. Anything that is done to enhance your beauty is seen as mimicking whiteness. Like there was someone in the comment section saying, well, how many Black women run around wearing hair that's not theirs? And if you were to ask them what is the hair similar to, they're going to attach it to whiteness, although everyone have the ability to have straight long hair. You can go to the continent, you will see every hair texture on the continent. We know there are several tribes of Africans who naturally possess long straight hair. However, Black people, especially American Black people, believe that if you have long straight hair, you are mimicking whiteness, even if it grows out of your scalp naturally. So I think that's the problem. That's what I'm saying when we acquiesce to it. We accept that only white people can have blonde hair, although we know there's a group of people who naturally possess it and they possess the skin tone that we do. The biology is the same as ours. And so it's the fact that in our minds, makeup associated with whiteness, it dressing like there's been so many times on YouTube that I've been told that I dress like a white woman and I'm just wearing nice clothes. So it's what we attach to beauty. It's usually synonymous with a white woman. And until we get that out of our minds, then yeah, you're going to have the beauty standard being white because we agree with it. So to answer LB's question, yes, we do have the power to shift it. Absolutely. Our culture in the Black community, just in general, operates very differently than everybody else's culture. So clearly we have the autonomy to set certain standards for our own community, even when they're destructive. But we still are able to do that. We have the power to do that. We established hip hop culture. We established Black culture. It's now a huge driving force globally. So clearly we have the power to set whatever standard we want to. The standard that we're agreeing with is the white beauty standard.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people think, oh, we need to be radical in terms of we need to go out there and tell them how to be beautiful using us. And it's like, no, we just need to have our own thing. And the problem, I think, is the leaders in the hip hop community have already accepted the white standard of beauty. And I purposely made the question about possibility as opposed to be something descriptive. I did not ask if we currently have a white beauty standards. I said, for beauty to be valuable, does it necessarily have to exclude Black? And so to hear a yes response to that question is really taking me for a loop. Go ahead, Marcus.
But look at this. I'm not claiming Black people with straight hair, blonde hair, and blue eyes. That's too damn low of a percentage and ends up making us look stupid for claiming it. But if you were to ask this person, what is the percentage of Black people, let's just say Africans and African descent, that naturally grows long hair or blonde hair or have blue or green or gray eyes, that person would not be able to tell you the percentage, although they're basically saying, no, that's not a trait that you possess. That goes to Europeans. So if it's the mindset, that's the problem. The mindset is the problem. If we didn't have a mind of a white supremacist, we would not be acquiescing to white standards. But we look to white people for our sense of spirituality, our moral compass, how we should dress, how we should relationship, how we should treat each other. We look to white culture for everything. So the first thing we would need to address, no matter what it is, whether it's the beauty standard or relationships, I mean, Black women are running around here obsessing over marriage because it's more of like a white-centered Western concept. So everything that we do focuses on whiteness, white ways, not our own ways, unless it's dysfunction. We come up with a lot of dysfunction on our own.
And even someone brought up the Kardashian. The legitimacy of the Kardashian came through the Black community, Black men specifically, but through the Black community. Like, they gained legitimacy through Black culture and Black acceptance, and Black men specifically acceptance. Their beauty standard is to appeal to Black men, rich Black men, using them obviously. But that's the whole point. So even pointing out the Kardashian is, oh, they have Black features, but they're not Black, so Black people are excluded. It's like, no, Black men kind of gave them that authority. Marcus, you were saying something, sorry.
Yeah, I have 2 points. So with the idea of mimicking beauty standards, like taking like these bits and pieces from Black women, and then it becomes in fashion, it's still seen as kind of low brow, quote unquote, like low brow. Like even Kim K, she's changing her audience or trying to change her audience. And so what does she do? She gets her butt smaller. And so it's seen as a fad. And so it's still considered a different line. Like also consider the controversy when Rue was cast as a little Black girl. And so many people were like, Rue's supposed to be cute. It's like Rue was this, she was, precious, and it was a tragedy. She died, be protected. Of course she can't be Black. And so it's like this separation. And so and also, yes, Black people.
I think you're conflating things. Like I would never reject the fact that currently our system is how you guys have explained it. That is our system. The likelihood of it changing, probably unlikely unless hip hop, and it's unfortunate that hip hop, we might need to get different avenue of outlets, and we need to export other things from our community. But likelihood is not what I ask either. I'm asking as an absolute. Is it absolutely necessary for Blackness to be excluded from beauty? For beauty, that is, to have value? That was my question.
And we keep saying yes, and we keep saying yes. I understand.
I mean, that's fine. I just haven't got out a convincing reason.
Okay.
I mean, it's all about profit at the end of the day.
Yeah, and are you saying if Black people if Black people were included, then there would be no profit?
What I'm saying is, by sheer, how do I say this? It's not that there wouldn't be profit. Of course, this is why we have our little niche hip hop or our little niche whatever, but it's still not the ultimate definition of beauty. There's a reason why people have internalized white supremacy, and that's why it's actually profitable for this system, for us to, like a lot of the things Cynthia said I agree with, which is internalized white supremacy. And in my opinion, we should excise, is that the right word, ourselves from internalized white supremacy, because it's a rat race. You're never going to win that race.
So wait, what? So Black women, Black people cannot be beautiful? Under the definition, literally the definition of what is the standard of beauty at this time, Black people cannot be beautiful, because the whole point of the profit motive, the whole point of like, who holds the power? Why would people in power willingly give us their power? Beauty is a currency. No, I'm not saying it seems like you're saying we need to get white people to tell Black people that they're beautiful.
No, that is not what I'm saying at all. Not. What I'm saying is Black people should divest themselves from the white supremacists gaze of what is beautiful. They should check
I
out of
have
it.
a question. What features are you guys attaching to beauty?
I'm not talking
Because
about
this is a real question. Like, what features are you attaching to beauty? Like, for what I just responded to in the comment section, someone said, you know, oh, blonde hair, blue eyes, whatever, European. But those are not European features. Those are genetically recessive features. And so to even attach those things that are
I'm not
seen
talking
as
about
beautiful to coming from white people is a problem. It's not that it's a European feature. It's that they happen to be 100% genetically recessive in totality. There's nothing genetically dominant about Europeans. So it's not a European trait. It is a recessive trait. And
I'm
when you
talking
have
about blackness.
people
I'm not
who's,
talking about
I'm
features.
sorry?
I'm talking about blackness. I'm not talking about features.
About Europeans. So it's not right, but I'm talking about the features that are being assigned as beautiful. They're
I'm not
typically
talking about
features that
that.
they
I'm
see
talking about
on white
Wait,
men.
Hope. I feel like we've come on before and I've never heard you this heightened. Is everything okay?
Sorry. Yes, everything is fine. I'm just really passionate about this, and I need to calm down.
All right. So you're passionate about the fact that Black women cannot be beautiful?
No, you're not gonna lure me into saying that. And honestly, low key though, I kind of appreciate that, like the little kind of shade thing. But no, I caught you. No, it's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I'm actually defending what the writer is saying. I, when somebody says I am not deemed beautiful within this system that is literally not made for me, it's made to exclude me. It's made to make me feel like I'm never good enough. So I keep
All
buying
right.
products.
All right, wait. And you think that we should overthrow the system or something to that extent?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, we have two options. We can overthrow the system and then make it that blackness is the ideal, or we can divest ourselves from that, which what Cynthia was talking about, this internalized white supremacy, that everything is nice is white, everything is blah, blah, blah is white, and stop spending so much money trying to be close to whiteness.
But that's watching other people's pocket. The second thing the second question though I have here is, even in the system of white supremacy, where white women are at the top, can't you conceive of Black people, Black women specifically, in that system able to compete?
Yes, some of them will make it. And just like the question you said earlier, which is beauty about investment? And I said it depends. It depends on how close you are to what is being beautiful. Because sometimes if you're like really
No, but wait. You're not answering directly. So if you agree that Black women can be beautiful in the system, then
in a limited capacity.
Yeah, even in a limited. Even in a limited capacity, that's fine. But then it's not your Black skin that would prevent you from being beautiful.
What I'm saying is a beautiful Black lady versus a beautiful white lady, they're not going to be, their potential is not going to be the same. You can never fully compete.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. And I'm going to tell you why I don't agree with that. Because I've done modeling things competing with white women and have won over them. So I don't think that that's true. And I've seen other Black women win competitions against white women too. So by your theory, even though it's anecdotal evidence, it is. I'm going to admit to it. But even if that was the case, you would have to not see any Black women being able to win beauty positions above white women. But my question is, what part of the system is making you acquiesce to the white beauty standard?
So what part of the system? Go ahead, Marcus. I'll wait.
So making 2 points. When talking about, with the capitalism point, that theme that you keep bringing up with purchasing, like excluding, when the idea of trying to buy beauty amongst Black people, you're trying to buy pieces of legitimacy, pieces of power, pieces of access, basically.
Right, but that wasn't the question, because you said, and I don't want to say it was you, but one of you ladies said the system needs to be dismantled for Black to become the beauty standard. Why? Like how is the system making the Black community acquiesce to white beauty standards? How?
It's access.
To what?
Right.
Social currency.
Wait, I mean, let's step back from sociological terms. What exactly are we getting? Are Black women not having access to because of beauty, and they could not have access to regardless of how beautiful they are?
For example, we just had, with the Crown Act, being discriminated against for hair. And we still have amongst Black people the idea that you can't, go in with too Black hair or dressing a certain way. So spending that extra money to look quote unquote presentable, that's buying access. The dating market,
But you shouldn't be able to, we should not be able to buy that with our Black skin if beauty excludes Black. Or
bits of access, buying bits of access, trying to buy.
What do you mean bits of access?
And
I think we're getting lost in
for me, it's a little bit different. This is where some things you can't buy. Like there's research showing that there's less, like the darker your skin is, the less money you make. The darker your skin is, the more.
Wait, no. I'm not disagreeing with what is. You say it cannot exist. Like I think we are confusing, and I'm repeating it because I would hate for this to be clipped and for it to be, I don't believe that there is a hierarchy of beauty that prioritizes whiteness. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it doesn't have to be that way, and we don't have to disrupt the entire system for that to exist.
And what I'm saying is I agree with you. This is why I said we have two choices, whether it's to disrupt the whole system, to redo it all over and make Blackness the thing, or for us as a people to divest from the white supremacists. Beauty is the it thing, and then invest more into ourselves and uplift ourselves, so on and so forth.
But no one's stopping you from uplifting yourself now, though. So that's why I was asking you, how does the system force you to acquiesce?
I'll answer right now. The system punishes you for your Blackness at every step. From the time you're born, before you're born.
Right, but that's rather right. But they're punishing you for your Blackness, and it's not based on you being pretty or not. Those are two separate things. Racial oppression is based on your Blackness, not your beauty. So that's why I'm saying, like, how is the system forcing? Because to say we need to dismantle the system, then that means the system is somehow forcing you to acquiesce to whiteness and not celebrate your Blackness. So how is the system doing that?
When, for example, a sales rep, white ones versus Black ones, the Black one will probably have to be exceptionally beautiful versus white women that probably just have to be thin and blonde and super white and whatever to be deemed beautiful. There's a different standard, and it punishes you at every level. So even for your job and how much you get paid, the more beautiful. We know about the halo effect. We know about if you're deemed beautiful, you actually get more benefits within the society.
Right, but what is what would deem you to be beauty? Is it your white skin or is it your features?
What I'm saying is within the system, your white skin, in addition to other features and other things, and thinness versus fatness, whatever, makes you beautiful. It's like a it's one of the variables.
2 seconds. If you're on the screen, please look in the private chat right now, because this person, please just ignore them. Like literally don't respond.
Okay, gotcha.
Don't say their name either. So annoying.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I agree. But anyway, somebody was saying something. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me read this. Blackness cannot be excluded from beauty. Cynthia is correct. I'm powerful in the state of being. I choose who I believe myself to be. No Black woman needs permission from anyone or any system. What happens when we reject the white gaze? Thank you, confidence with love.
You said the perfect thing. The last part, what happens when you reject the white gaze?
Wait. I don't agree. My mother was a dark-skinned Black woman with kinky natural hair. She was told on a daily basis how beautiful she was by all races of men and women well into her 70s. So the issue is not, thank you, by the way, what aspect of blackness are we talking about in relation to beauty? Black feature. I have a problem with the phrase black features.
Right.
And I didn't realize I had a problem with the phrase black features until now. There are
There's
features
no
that
such
are
thing.
distinctively black that are mostly on black people, but black people, when we talk about white people mimicking black people, yes, I can talk about black features and black culture and whatever. But within black culture, and there's so many features that a black woman comes out with blue eyes and blonde hair and a narrow nose and maybe no lips either doesn't mean that they have white features. Like I don't know what
Especially, famous, when most white people are not natural blondes. Most white people do not naturally possess blonde hair. So this is why I say it's not a white feature, it's a recessive feature, because you wouldn't have the concept bottle blonde if white people just naturally possess. In fact, I think it's maybe like 2-3% of the white population naturally possesses blonde hair. We're talking about extreme genetic recessiveness, that because black people see white people basically dousing their hair in peroxide, because you see them doing that, you think that blonde hair is something that's innate to whiteness, and it's not. That's why I'm saying that there's no European features, there's genetic recessiveness, because that's where they're getting it from. The red hair, genetic recessiveness; blonde hair, genetic recessiveness; blue-green eyes, genetic recessiveness. And when you're dealing with black people who are the most genetically diverse, that can and does occur. Those traits can and do occur in black people globally. And so this is what I'm saying when I say the mindset. The mindset of what you attach to whiteness is the problem, because really nobody is stopping black people from celebrating themselves. Nobody's stopping you but you. You just don't celebrate yourself.
Sorry.
Black
No,
people are,
Bobby,
wait, 1 second. Black people are hoping that white people will uplift their beauty. That's not how it works. Agreed. Why would white people stop uplifting their own? You have to appreciate and praise your own looks. Agreed. And the problem isn't black people generally. I think the problem is the people with the megaphones and the microphones, actual microphones in hip hop. I think that's a part of the big problem. Go ahead, Marcus. Thank you, Carissa.
There's this very specific reason why I wasn't listing features, because it's not about the features. Like when you were talking about earlier, things going in and out of fashion, that is, it actually doesn't matter. It's not about features. It's about like the big B, the concept of what's going in. So it's stronger than what features are in fashion or in Vogue or what individual features. It's not about that. And also with the megaphones, why are the people with the megaphones pushing that out? And you're talking about hip hop. There's a lot of different types of hip hop. And yes, the argument, but who is pushing out what? And yes, no one's putting a gun to the head and like, you have to push this out. But the megaphone, why are you upholding this with the megaphone? Because of the access, because of the power. Like earlier, Cynthia was talking about.
No, it's not access and power. Beauty has no value outside of what we give to it. So it's not that. It's we create the beauty standards and then give access to people who need it. So black people could just as well get access if we uplifted black beauty. And the fact that beauty standard is wide is what creates its economic value in society. No, the fact that a lot of people can't be a Victoria's Secret model or Rihanna or Beyonce or Lupita is what creates the value. It is exclusionary, but it's not, I don't think exclusion, it does not need to be exclusionary based on race.
It's not the value. It's not just based on exclusion, being exclusive. It's also the perceived morality also attached to it. So it's
beauty is not moral. Like beauty is not moral or immoral. Or the attachment of goodness and badness is not necessarily needed. We have femme fatale, and they're still beautiful.
And it's othered. It's not It's othered. It's another line that upholds the big beauty.
Would you say Angelina Jolie in mainstream white culture is othered?
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
I mean, she was voted the hottest woman in the world, I think, some point in time.
She's not othered. She's absolutely not othered.
Yeah, like no.
Angelina Jolie is not othered.
So she was considered weird. People are like analyzing what she
For
did.
her
Like,
behaviors, because of her behaviors. Because she was wearing necklaces with vials of blood on it. That's why she was seen as weird, but not because of how she looks.
So she was other, and also when she was
no, she wasn't othered because of beauty, though.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Who was that?
That was me. So even in the modeling, it was kind of a darker edge to the pictures. Like this was when she was like 18, and
wait. I thought you said beauty has a moral component to it. So goodness and badness is at the center of what you're saying, or like the ability to be like dainty and soft and damselly. But that's not true.
It's part of it. I didn't say it's at the center. It's part of it. And there's also the idea of obligation. And so it's a part of it.
But also we are a minority. So are we changing the Black community standards or the standards of the larger? Beauty in the Black community is reflective of white standards. So if we're only going by minority, it's literally impossible to do anything to the bigger culture unless they listen to us. So, and they do. Hip hop, literally big buttocks and breasts and lips were perpetuated by hip hop culture, and then light skin was needed because of hip hop culture. It's not like, oh, we're just going to take the Black features and put it on these white people. It's Black men deciding that that's what they wanted.
Mm-hmm. You know what, Themis? I'm looking at the comments, and I agree that I think Black people don't believe they're beautiful unless white people validate it. And I think LB's comment just made me think that, because she said, are we changing the standard for society or for the Black community? Why does the Black community care about the society's beauty standard? Why do you care about that?
The Black community cares because
LB is here. If she can respond.
Yeah. Do you mind putting my comment back up just so I can see what I said exactly?
Let me find it. Give me 2 seconds.
If not, it's okay.
There, yeah.
Okay. So, yeah. So the question that I asked wasn't like I'm not trying to push back on what you guys are saying. With me asking whether we're changing the standards within the Black community or society at large is like, are you guys saying like pretty much like fuck what society at large believes, just focus on what's happening within our community and change the standard within our community so that like other people are seeing themselves as beautiful by our own standards? Because like for me, like I don't really care what's mainstream. I just care what I like, and that changes like based off of personal preferences. And then like as far as like within the Black community, I think that it could be healthy for Black people to look at other Black people and like kind of to see beauty in each other so that they can see beauty in themselves as well. But also like I don't know how to explain it, but I feel like what I was saying was taken as like pushback rather than just a question. Like I'm just asking, are we just like leaving society at large at bay because we don't really like why does it matter?
I saw it as a question, and to me, I see it as the two things that I said earlier, the two options, is that in order for the big B beautiful definition to not be white supremacist, to not be whiteness, that would have to mean that we would just like change the whole system, versus the other part, which is working on our own selves, working within our, like you said, see the beauty within each other. and saying F the big system, like forget them, whatever. We're gonna uplift our own selves, whether that in the in 100 years changes the main society's definition or not. That's none of our business. Big B beauty, F that. Let's just do our own thing.
There is a difference between not wanting to engage in a capitalistic approach to beauty and saying we can't engage in a capitalistic approach to beauty.
And I agree with that. Like, I think that we
agree.
can, but also,
And
like, I
that's
don't
the
think that
choice.
we should.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Huh?
No.
Wait, no.
Is that again,
Hope,
LB? What was that, LB?
wait, no. Hope, respond to that, because I think that I was responding directly to you.
Okay. You were saying that.
There is a distinction between saying we cannot be a part of the capitalistic beauty standard versus we shouldn't want to be a part of the capitalistic beauty standard.
I personally would not tell people what they should or shouldn't do. If somebody thinks.
All right, so you're saying we can't, but we can.
Let me explain. If somebody thinks that they can may the odds kind of be with you kind of thing, Hunger Games thing, like go ahead. If you think you
I mean, they
can,
have and they've done it, and then we say they're the exceptions.
because they are. Look at the numbers. They are.
No winning.
So what I'm saying, but let me.
But even if they're the exception, and you're going to say the exception does not make the rule, that's fine. But you're not excluded. It's not. I'm not. Do you want to read this text that my friend just? I'm going to read the text. This is not me. It says, "If you're ugly, just say that, but don't say Black women can't be beautiful. It's unfair to say you're ugly because of your skin tone when there are beautiful Black women and ugly Black women."
No.
Okay, can I respond to that?
Mm-hmm. I don't know who they're saying it to, but sure.
This comes back to the first thing that I said, that I wanted to clarify the difference between big B, beautiful, which is the standard beauty of our society, and somehow has been moved to globally. The standard of beauty, which is a Eurocentric standard of beauty, versus do I think I'm ugly or other Black women are ugly. Let me clarify this, because I think it's really important when we talk about these discussions. And the last time, anyway, I personally,
I don't mean to cut you off, but can we make the distinction between there's global white supremacy based on your white skin, you being white, versus you being beautiful? White supremacy and global whiteness, favoring whiteness, isn't based on beauty or not. It's based on you being white. Because I think we know there's a lot of ugly white people who access white supremacy privilege because they are white, even though they are still ugly. So can we
supremacy under the umbrella of white supremacy?
Okay,
Big beauty.
I just want to clarify one point.
No, go ahead, Hope.
And it comes down to that text. I think it's important. I personally believe I'm beautiful. I believe many people around me are beautiful, and Black women, Black people are beautiful. That is, to me, there's nothing you can tell me that will change that. But
so you think Kodak Black is beautiful?
Somebody who is that colors for me and his attitude is kind of crap is not beautiful.
No, so you think, I'm not talking about his attitude. I'm saying, do you think he's physically beautiful?
I'm sorry, I don't like the whole tattooed in the face thing, the whole grill. I don't see him as beautiful. And the hair does not work for me.
So you don't think any Black person is ugly?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I am saying
No. I'm asking a question. Do you believe any Black person is ugly?
I believe somebody like Kodak, whatever his name is unattractive to me. He might be attracted to somebody else, but he's unattractive. So of course there's Black people that are unattractive, that are not beautiful to me personally, for my standards.
And do you think there are Black people who will be rewarded for their beauty in society, but even in our culture and also in society?
Absolutely.
And there's it's not that you are Black that makes you ugly.
It's one of the variables. It's one of the variables. Just like thinness, just like curviness, depending on whether curviness is in or not. and so on and so forth. Long hair, short hair, blah 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 blah. Futurism, texturism, whatever. These are different things depending on what's in. But we cannot say that blackness, the black of the skinness, is not a thing. It's not a measure of.
I mean, this is where I have a disagreement with feminists. Like as a general, the theorizing of beauty tends to be one where it makes it impossible for black, or they attempt to make it impossible for black women to be beautiful in the system, but instead of admitting that they don't like the system and they think we should be fighting the system and trying to change the system because the system is white supremacy, which you can have as a core belief, they dodge it and say black women can't be beautiful when we know that's not true.
I'm not dodging it. I think the system is crap, and ideally it would change.
But I wasn't talking about you. Are you a feminist?
I don't understand. This is something that you talk about all the time because you're like, I don't know if that makes me not a feminist because you said not sending women to battle makes you not a feminist. So by that standard, I guess I'm not a feminist either because I don't believe in sending women to battle, but then I believe in draft dodging for everybody. So yeah, do women deserve rights? And the main point of feminism, in my opinion, is the old school feminism is like, hey, right to vote, right to things. Right to
well, you don't have to go through because then you are not the kind of feminist that
no, I'm not that
narrative. But it always comes down to like, if I am ugly, we are all ugly. I'm only ugly because of my blackness, where people are saying, no, you're ugly because of X, Y, and Z. You can choose to reject that and say, I am not ugly, and live in your own truth about beauty and what you believe. But it tends to be that there is like, we all as black people need to accept that we are ugly. And it's like, no.
Neither Hope nor I said
I have a question. I have a quick question. Hasn't the magazine Maxim, which is historically, and I'm asking a question that I already know the answer to, and I'm going to tell you guys why later, but are there not magazines that cater to white people and white beauty standards who have featured black women as beautiful, like Sierra on Sports Illustrated? I think Ashanti was on Maxim. One of my sisters was actually in Maxim magazine, and Maxim as a company is the one that shows me to model for them over white women who are also competing. So I'm asking these questions because of what's being said, as if black women can't be included in beauty. So then we should not see black women in beauty pageants. We shouldn't see them winning against competing. Like, there should not be anywhere where a black woman has competed in anything that involves beauty against a white woman and she's winning. That should not be happening based on what is being said here.
No, I disagree with that. Go ahead, Marcus.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
I completely disagree with that. This is why I believe in. It comes back to the question you asked earlier: is whether beauty is a bad investment, and I said it depends. Because sometimes if you feel like you can compete, there is still a value. I actually disagree with people who say, let's just opt out of the whole thing, not knowing.
Wait, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you, but you shouldn't be able to compete if blackness excludes you. Go ahead, continue.
Let me explain. This is something, I hope it kind of, y'all understand what I'm saying. When people go really hard on women and other people who bleach their skin, for example, as if we don't have a society that punishes them for their skin tone, it kind of breaks my heart. I feel like it's the same thing with beauty.
How are we being punished based on skin tone versus our blackness? How like, where is the legislation based on different skin tones and relating it to oppression? What are those?
When I talk about that, we don't have to have overt racist. What is it called?
Just give me anything. Just give me anything where black people are being punished based on their differing skin tones, as opposed to just being black.
Okay, I understand. For example, sentencing. The lighter skinned you are, the less sentence. or the more leniency you will get.
Is it the lighter skin, or is it that there's a difference between biracial people who have a white parent? Because usually, I mean, most of the so-called black people in the black community who have light skin are actually biracial, because we know most black people are brown to dark skin. Yes, black people can create light skin. Is very rare. Most of the light skinned people that you see in the black community are actually biracial. So are we saying because they have proximity to whiteness, based on having a white parent, they are getting partial privilege over black people who are not white, because that's been happening forever?
Whether they're a light-skinned black person or a biracial, I don't know the nitty-gritty of that. All I know is within the scale of
right, but most of them are biracial. I know, but most of them are biracial. Most of the light-skinned people in the black community are biracial. They're either biracial or they have like a quarter white.
White supremacy, though. If you're saying that they're getting beneficial treatment because of their proximity to whiteness, how does that negate the benefit of being close to whiteness?
Right, but then that's oppression based on race. That's oppression based on race, because even biracial people being considered black is new. Biracial people are actually considered a separate race than black people. So that's why I'm asking the difference between what you're saying.
Wait. Not only is it new, it's very localized, because I didn't know biracial people were black until I came to America.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in America, we're the only people who call biracial people black. And that was literally up until I think the civil rights movement, because biracial people were a part of anti-miscegenation laws. Black people could not date, marry, or procreate with biracial people as a part of anti-miscegenation laws. So that's why I'm asking about the distinction. Are they given concessions because, yeah, of course you're going to possess lighter skin because you have a white parent, versus an actual black person, which we know most black people are not light skinned. They are brown to dark skin. So I'm trying to make the distinction between oppression based on you being black versus skin tone, when really that light skinned person's skin tone is not the only indicator of their whiteness. So they're getting that based on you are part white, that is a black person. And that privilege for them has always existed.
Okay, so I'm going to put that aside if you don't mind. And I think it's an interesting discussion, because I want to get back to my point of whether it's worth to invest in beauty versus not. And
let's do that. Let's do a poll first in the chat. Do you think it's bad to invest in beauty? Drop a 1 if you think it's bad to invest in beauty, and a 2 if you think not. Go ahead.
In the meantime, can I first apologize for interrupting you earlier, Stevens? And I was really nervous, and I'm just really passionate about this.
No, you're fine. Again, you're passionate about.
No, I just don't like people to be demonized by, like, the things she said about Leslie Jones, like, literally made me cry when I was reading the essay, because it's so, when sometimes black women show their pain in different words, they're like shut down immediately.
Okay, so let's jump into the Leslie Jones thing right now.
Okay.
Leslie Jones was on SNL, and she, at the time when Lupita became the most beautiful woman in the world, right? She was titled the most beautiful woman in the world, right? Or she topped the list. Leslie Jones said that she was upset about her own sort of not being able to couple. And she talked about how if she was in slavery, if this was slavery, she would be a huge bachelorette, I guess. And she would have her pickings of men because she's big and strong and tall, I think 6 feet. And they would all be coming after her. The masters would be lining up men to be with her so they can have
strong
slaves. People were mad at her utilizing slavery and the rape of women in that way. The writer, this is one of my biggest disagreement with this article. If you haven't read it, this is all you need to know right now. The writer makes it seem like they were coming after her for being vulnerable about where she ranks in the beauty hierarchy. That's not why people were coming after her. People are coming after her because she trivializes the rape of Black women during slavery.
I understand that. And I think that's painful. Like, to me, for her to even go there, that is so painful for her to feel so unattractive and so unwanted or undesired to
So are you,
think that a system like oh, I need to be, the only way I'll be attractive is within a system of slavery and rape of Black women. That to me, I mean, I just feel like it. I felt for her. I don't disagree that the joke is distasteful. I don't disagree that we shouldn't make light of the rape, because a lot of times people think that Black slaves can have consent. Consent is a problem. I'm just saying, like, to me, the pain of Black women when they say things in a way that is not deemed appropriate or whatever, it's just like.
See, so this is part of, this is not my opinion, but a lot of BWE content creators actually point this out, that there is this acceptance that Black women's beauty is Leslie Jones and not Lupita. And there's a sense that, like, for the feminists, it's like, no, it is not Lupita, it's Leslie Jones, and that's the one we need to represent Black women in the fashion show. Where BWE is saying, no, there are other Black women too, and we can say Naomi Campbell and Lupita in one hand. What are you saying? I'm not making a judgment here.
So if I'm trying to understand, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying that the BWE is saying, let's go for Lupita, and then the feminists are saying,
the question is, what do you think beauty should be in the Black community? Is it inclusive or exclusive? And to the extent that it's inclusive, are we saying we need to include everyone as beautiful? Because this is why I asked you initially if you knew any Black person that you thought was ugly, and you seem to suggest no.
No, I said some people are unattractive to me.
Can I wait a minute?
They don't look pretty to me.
Can I ask you guys? Can I ask everybody on the panel something?
Go ahead.
Okay. When did Lupita Nyong'o have European features?
Right?
Pardon?
I don't know. I don't know who's talking about the European features, to be honest with you, Cynthia. So I don't have a gripe when it comes to that. Like, I don't. Well, I'm
yeah, that was based on what somebody in the comment section said.
No, but you know what? I will say this because this is a thing that I was planning on commenting on when I saw this beauty topic. Lupita Nyong'o is very beautiful. Kelly Rowland and Ryan Destiny. There are three dark-skinned, very melanated women that are praised for their beauty. And their features as well. Pardon?
Tika Sumter as well.
Sumter. Not as much in terms of what I'm about to highlight.
Wait, can Justine Skye, because I think she's the most.
Yeah, Justine Skye. Yes, beautiful.
Mm-hmm. And Amara LaNegra.
Yeah,
Amara is gorgeous.
Here's the thing. People even said to Amara LaNegra that, and she's very richly melanated and dark skinned. People have said, "Oh, but are you mixed with something? Like, why is it that your features look the way that they do in terms of the keenness of her nose, how slender it is, how small it is, the shape?"
I've heard Black.
Yeah, Black people do that. Black people do that too. Black people do that too, because I've gotten it even on this platform. I've gotten it way too much.
Yeah,
way too much.
And you're like, no. Both my parents are like fully Black. But the thing is that it's this, because watch this. In East Africa, like with the war that happened in the 90s with the Hutus and the Tutsis, the white people utilized facial features in order to exacerbate and compound animosity that already naturally existed between the two ethnic groups, and trying to advantage, I think it was the Tutsis, of looking more quote unquote European. Now you can argue as to whether or not these features are dominant within European
Well,
society or
what
not.
is the more European feature? Because I asked
But
that
they were saying
before.
taller. So in the case of the example I'm giving with the Hutus and the Tutsis, they were saying that the Hutus were shorter and had broader, wider features, or more commonly associated with Black people, whereas slender noses, longer hair, softer hair, like East Africans naturally have, and I'm aware of that because I've spent a lot of time with East Africans. Although it occurs naturally in East Africa, those features, those phenotypical features, are commonly associated with whiteness, and that is a thing that they have used, they've exploited in order to, heighten hostilities in that particular region. So I don't think that.
Pause. But that's the whole point, though. It's
Mm-hmm.
not supposed to be like we can.
Yeah, but it's two different things. To say that it's not supposed to be, I agree absolutely. But it is the thing that is consistently perpetuated.
So our minds have been colonized, and that's just that on that.
Exactly. And so, but then, so the question then becomes, and I agree with, and I think what Erica TV said it, De Niro TV said it, which is that more so than anyone, Black men have adopted the idea that whiteness or white features, whether it be blonde hair, the things that are commonly attributed to white people. And we all know what it is.
Wait, pause. I need to do this because there's so many and I need to go. The feminists would say that there's room for both Lupita and Leslie. Yes. And that's my problem with the feminists, which I don't disagree that there should be room for both of them. But say it's not Blackness that excludes Leslie. It's not. It is not.
That's true. I agree with that. It's not Blackness that excludes her. But you do.
Wait, sorry. That's my problem. Let's have an honest conversation and say, don't say, oh, it's Black women are ugly. It's not. That's not true.
No,
it's not true.
But I've watched so many things though, and I've always gotten, I was like, really? I can't believe that. Like I was watching this thing like on YouTube all the time, and I see a lot of Black girls, and to me, I'm looking at them, I'm like, they seem pretty to me. In America, though, I have to say, in particular, where they've said, oh, people never, actually, most recently, I was watching this thing, and by any person's standard, this girl would be judged as beautiful. The Courtship, I don't know if anyone has seen it. It's this young, beautiful Black girl from Seattle looking to find a partner. And she's kind of like brown skin. She's probably about Cynthia's skin tone and or what have you. Beautiful girl in my estimation. I think most people by any measure would say that she is. And she said, which really shocked me in one of her little things, she wasn't really all that confident in her beauty because when she was growing up in Seattle, going to high school, no one would ask her out because she was perceived as not being beautiful. And I was like, but why? And she's like, because I was Black. And I was like, really? I'm like, how? And she's only 25. So I can't imagine that she would have changed so much in her features to where she was undateable or what have you. So that now she's not all that 100% confident, or actually only now she's developing and self-esteem because she was rejected categorically by the Black males in her school.
I mean, that's probably what we need to talk about. The fact that the reason Black women feel ugly is because Black men tell them they're ugly.
Absolutely. I was actually literally about to just ask, are Black women talking about the system not validating their beauty because Black men are not? And if Black men were uplifting Black beauty, would Black women even care about what the system is doing?
They wouldn't, because Black women don't even date out. So
I think that's probably more of what it is. Because I was like, this must be crazy. Because this girl, you guys can pull up the picture, theme as you can put, she's a beautiful girl. So I'm like, who was not asking you out? And this is when I realized that the mindset of these, because it does feel.
Yeah, look, Seattle is sunken place headquarters. No Black woman should be in Seattle and expect a Black man to ask her out. It's sad, but that's the reality.
Wait 1 second. Nothing about Lupita's or Tika Sumter's feature is Eurocentric, period. Stop the madness. That is the problem I have with some featurism points. It is not based in reality. It is not. like nothing about Tika Sumpter. Like I can't
Not
believe
Tika
anyone would
Sumpter,
look at
though.
I cannot believe anyone would look at Lupita and even think, oh, she has European features. What? Where?
Nor I said anything about European features. I even made the point that is bigger than
No,
features.
they know
That's
that. They're saying someone in the comments said it. They weren't
Okay.
accusing
Yeah,
you
I
guys.
don't think it's they're talking about us.
Yeah, they weren't
because-
accusing you guys of
But
that.
But another
Wait, the big question, the question that we had next was, since we're just moving on, is beauty a bad investment?
No.
What do you mean?
No, because there is privilege that come with beauty.
Yeah.
And this is where I said it depends. This is where I think it's very detrimental for people to just say, yeah, we should just like whether it's we should change the system or we should divest ourselves from the
No. All right, wait. Let's stop asking if we should change the system, though, because like we are now in the system, operating in the system.
Okay,
is
good.
investing in beauty
Okay,
a
good.
bad
So
investment?
then we're talking about divesting ourselves from the white supremacist beauty standard. Is that correct?
Investing in beauty, take it how you want. We are talking about the Black community
So
and getting access to resources. For
okay,
example, through
I
beauty.
think whether like when you talk about beauty, especially when it has to do with women, a lot of the definition of beauty in general has to do with youth, has to do with thinness or some amount of fitness, has to do with a lot of different things. Of course, whiteness or closeness to whiteness or whatever. But whether it's a bad investment or not, I think it depends of how close you are to the beauty standard, how you're able to.
Wait, so
sorry.
if you're not close to the beauty standard, you should just give up?
No, you mess.
No, I'm legit, like, I'm being cavalier, and I apologize. I am being a bit.
When we talk about investment, I'm just saying, like, if a person is saying that it doesn't matter how much I put into beauty, it's never going to pay off for me. Maybe they want to invest in something else. Maybe they want to go to college instead of paying $10,000 to fix their butt or something. Do you know what I'm saying? So what I find detrimental is to have a prescription for everybody to say the beauty is bullshit because it's not a real thing. Just like when people say race is not a real thing, therefore we should act as if it's not, even though it has real material
Well, I
consequences
would
in our lives.
actually argue that even if you have beauty, you probably should work on the other things too. But if
I
you,
agree.
but if you, go ahead.
Go ahead. No,
If
go
you
ahead.
can't, if you cannot achieve beauty, no one can achieve perfection, right? But that doesn't mean you shouldn't invest in it. Like, I don't understand.
What I'm saying is it depends on your profession. It depends on the payout. So if you're in sales, you might want to invest in a little more, better haircuts, better suit, whatever makes you beautiful.
I mean, you cannot divest from the system of beauty. Let me just.
No,
So
you can't.
That's why what I find is detrimental is when people take something that we all know is like kind of made up and it's a social construct and be like, okay, well, why are you spending money on that? Why are you getting the plastic surgery? Why are you doing that? I think that's
But our community shuns that though, because this is going right back into the notion of, Black men tearing down Black women's looks, because it's Black men that will condemn Black women for wearing makeup, for wearing accessories, anything you do to try and enhance your beauty, they tear it down and try to shame you and say, oh, you're trying to be like white women when they're worshiping white women.
That's a problem. I disagree with that because I'm like, are you paying my bills then? Because I guarantee you they're mostly not paying your bills. So
No, but
don't
the
not
thing,
wear
Hope,
makeup.
it feels like you're doing two. It feels like you're trying to do two things at once. So you're saying you don't agree, and this is good, I think. You don't agree with people shaming women for attempting to achieve beauty.
Correct.
But you also think beauty is a bad investment in the system of white supremacy.
Just it is a losing battle because at the end of the day, you're gonna age. You're not gonna be quote unquote beautiful. But I'm not gonna fault anybody for doing what they need to do to live and make their material life better. If that makes sense.
How is it a bad investment?
It's fleeting. It's not.
Yeah, I mean, it
something
can be fleeting, but like you can earn a lot from it.
That's why I said it depends. You have to make your own calculus. So maybe somebody is like, you know what? I don't want to work on my beauty. I want to work on getting another degree, and that's the way I'm going to go about life. Just like Kodak, whatever his name is.
I don't like the way you use degree, and I apologize. It feels like degrees are alternatives to beauty, and I don't know.
For some people, just like Kodak, whatever his name is, he deemed himself ugly. So he went all out and he's like, you know what? If I'm ugly, let me just go,
make money.
Exactly, and bling out everything about me. And that doesn't hide his own insecurity, but he was like, let me just make that my alternative.
Except
can I make a comment?
Go ahead, LB.
All right, I guess it's like a series of questions. So, like, my questions are: is your degrees or your intellect, what you gain from the degrees is like the knowledge or the whatever set of knowledge you get from your specific course of study, right? But is that not something that deteriorates over time as you age? You may lose memory, you may just forget about it because, like, for instance, I was a philosophy major. Do I remember everything about everything I learned in undergrad? No. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I know how to look it up, I know how to work through it, but do I remember verbatim? No. Like, because like memories are fleeting too. Your beauty is fleeting. Money can be fleeting. You can lose your money. You can lose it as fast as you gain it. Anything you invest in to get access into certain spaces can depreciate or go away over time or in an instance. So, like, to me, we have all these different currencies that we can use, and I feel like we should spread it out and invest in multiple sources of social currency so that we have things to fall back on. So what I would say is that beauty is not a bad investment short term, but I would say that long term it shouldn't be your only investment. And I don't believe in, if there's something that can give.
I mean, wait, pause. Wait, I'm just going to underscore that by saying, if you're only investing in one thing, you're probably a terrible investor.
Yeah,
diversification, baby.
You need your education, you need your beauty, you need your maybe some cloud, personal connections. Like, you need multiple sources of access.
All hands on deck.
And how much easier is it to have those connections when you're beautiful?
That is so true.
Here's one thing that I wanted to say, though, with regard to beauty, because I've had this discussion actually.
Yeah, you do this thing where I find it very fascinating. You'll say, here's the thing that I want to say after you've said a million things. Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you for obliging me. I have these conversations fairly often with my friend group. And I have one of my really good friends, she's Latina. Just actually recently found out that she's actually biracial. But anyways, that's another story for another time. And already a beautiful girl by all metrics, and has a good body, had kids, and decided to go overseas to get some work done. And I was like, well, you're already pretty fit and you look really great. So why do you feel the need to like go that extra mile to like get such a harmful thing done and take that risk, right? And she has a fiance as well. So I don't understand, like, what is that need that you're trying to fulfill? And this is where I feel like investing in beauty can be dangerous, because people are going and getting BBLs because that's now the standard, and like all these different things, and are putting themselves at risk and could actually literally die on the operating table in order to fit into a standard of beauty. And what impact is that having on not only themselves, but on the greater society in terms of other women? Right? Because people don't have to disclose whether or not they've gotten something done. But in the dating market, it's changing what is perceived as acceptable in terms of a nice body. And so somebody who is natural, being out there in a dating market, fully natural, has never had anything done, versus somebody who's all surgerized, and if it's done well, would certainly have a greater chance of multiplying the amount of prospects that they would have compared to someone that is natural. And I feel like it's setting, like, I don't particularly like it, because it's teaching people not to be satisfied with themselves as they are. And
well, I don't know about the butt
injections
surgeries and stuff, because that's very, very dangerous. But I'm all for surgery. Surgery here, surgery there, surgery everywhere. I'm all for surgery. Just an FYI. And I don't think I should.
I'm not for it. I have to say I'm not
well,
for it, because
thankfully you don't have to do it, right? It's
yeah,
like,
I know. But
since we're getting to minutia. Oh,
sorry. Yeah. No, so I don't know. It's just a point of whether or not the investment is worth it, because as Wendy Williams, I think, said one time, I guess it's worth it to catch the man. But once y'all get kids, if in fact you are planning on doing that, they'll probably look like what your natural self was. So,
and they can have surgery too.
Well, I guess if that's the answer, then.
Right. Hopefully they can catch the right person and get the amount of whatever they want. And so if it messes up, they're fine. You guys, I'm going to play the next part of the video because I want to get into this, and I think we didn't get through everything that I had, but it's fine. We never do.
How are you doing? I'm great. Thank you so much for asking. It's me back. So let's get into it. I feel like this is becoming a feminist beauty standards channel, and like that's not really where we're going. But I gotta tell you, I love talking about aesthetics like art and fashion and television. I love that. And I also love talking about beauty. And I think it's so easy to write this stuff off and to not discuss it, because people think a lot of this stuff is just frivolous. But I think it is important that we take this stuff seriously as aesthetes, people who love aesthetics, but also as feminists, because every woman is affected by beauty and beauty standards. And it might not be at the top of your list of priorities, because there's a lot of stuff going on, but we all have to contend with it. To clarify a couple things, this work is not meant to pit conventionally attractive women against unattractive women. Absolutely not. This work is meant to help us all work through the mess so that we can all live happier, healthier, bolder lives. Because we all know as beauty suffer from the same stuff that the rest of us deal with, or a lot of similar stuff that the rest of us deal with. That's a rhetorical question. And by the way, I really want to write a book about this, but there's also like 5 other books I want to write. I'm down once again to discuss this because last week, or about a week and a half ago, I made a video about Leela Rashawn and the diminishing returns that women get on the investment that we make in beauty. And I don't know, 130,000, actually I think it's at 145,000 views and 3,000 comments later, I have some more thoughts. I make the content that I want to see. I am my own target audience. But I reckon.
Yo, she spoke for two, like she's going to be speaking for 3 minutes and haven't gotten to the point yet. Love her though, but girl, come on. I mean, I do this.
Recognize that this is not closed circuit communication. Everybody is going to watch it, make comments and talk about it and pass it around. That's fine. Fam, I've been doing this a long time. I knew that anytime I make a video about beauty in particular, that people are going to insult me. So many of those comments are thoughtless, unserious, uninteresting, and it's not just men. Actually, after that last video, I realized that the people who are often the nastiest to me on the internet are women. Women who are deeply invested in this idea of hypergamy and the idolization of white femininity. And it's like, you know what? If that's your lane, stick to it. Do you? But I do have to say to the hypergamists, it doesn't make sense to be on women's backs about having very high standards and ridicule women for being single. You just gotta choose a lane and stick to it. If you're a woman with very strong opinions on the internet.
I actually wanted to stop there. I almost forgot. So I don't like people intertwining beefs in their content, but it's a personal dislike of mine. If you have beef, you have beef. That's separate from your content, in my mind. But this idea, and I think for Harriet and Chrissy, exemplifies the big divide. Honestly, like one of the first videos I did was really reacting to the two of them when I thought they would have come together, but I was definitely wrong. Here is the issue that I have. Not with Kim or Chrissy or any content creator, but rather with the idea behind feminism wanting to be absolutely inclusive. Yes, beauty has no value if it includes every single person, because then there's no one to sell things to. Agreed. Now, accept that you want to dismantle beauty in a way that benefits everyone, including, well, everyone, and you do not like the fact that people, including yourself, are excluded from that, right? If we accept that, then we can go forward, but to pretend like beauty by definition excludes everyone that is a part of a group that you are part of is a problem for me, because it's not honest. And you can't just say these are exceptions. There are too many exceptions for it to just be exceptions. Respond. Yeah, go ahead, Marcus.
So sorry, I'm going to do, because this conversation is going into another way. So can I just make one short overarching point and then just leave the panel?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I have to say this because this bothered me. I'm not saying, I have never said or thought that not beautiful big B is ugly. And so adding that, like, I never said that, I never thought, I don't think Black people are ugly. And it's not, and this is not, my views are not tied to how I view myself or anyone who looks like me, because I know people like to say, you just say like we're your friend. Just say.
What is your view again then? Because I'm confused a little bit.
And actually, that's my next point, to say like a quick summary of my view. It doesn't matter that there are, women who've won beauty contests or women who are viewed attractive, Naomi Campbell, Lupita Nyong'o. There is the big B still excludes them because they do not encompass the overarching, all the aspects of the big B that would support all of white supremacy. And that's just
But that's a false statement, because you're saying exclude. So you can't say it doesn't matter if this Black woman, and list out a lot of Black women who were included in it, and then say the standard excludes them, because you just gave us examples of how it includes them. Exclude means you can't be a part of it. So I think you might want to use a different word other than exclude, because exclude means you cannot be a part of it at all.
So I'm going to use the word exclude because that's what I mean. So it does exclude it because,
right, but that's wrong. It's wrong though. It doesn't exclude Black women, because Black women are a part of it.
No, it's not. Just
wait.
If that were the case, you just literally listed off names of Black women who are included in it. Like, we don't have to be confrontational. Like, I'm not trying to make you feel dumb by saying you should use a different word. I'm just saying exclude means you cannot be a part of it. And you listed Black women who are a part of it. So to say that it limits Black women's participation, it restricts their participation to a degree, then yes, that would be proper. It does. No one would disagree with that. But to say it excludes them, when we literally know there's Black women who, like, there's dark-skinned Black women who won Miss Universe. So it doesn't exclude them.
Before you continue, I do want to say this. I don't want us to be dismissive, because I was going to wait until you were finished, but I was going to pretty much say the same thing Cynthia G just said regarding excludes. Because I feel like we are doing this a lot where we use sociological framing to hide the meaning of words and hide intent. And I don't like that. Because if you're saying there are exceptions to the rules and you list these people as exceptions, then those exceptions were included and not excluded.
Okay, I'm saying I don't know what intent you mean that I'm hiding. They don't.
No, it's not just you. I'm just saying generally. But when
Okay.
are you not conceding that they are included in the standard?
I'm not conceding.
So
I
they're
think
not
we need to
exceptions
define.
then.
I think we need to
But
define
no,
big B beauty.
no,
That's
no, I'm not. I'm not going to do it because
no,
when
I'm
we
not
say,
talking about you. I'm talking about Marcus. I
oh,
think Marcus and me, we haven't really defined maybe big B beauty because I feel like there's a huge
no, you
misunderstanding.
guys attempted to, and I stopped you because you wanted to say it's white, and I'm not going to let you define beauty with white.
But this is what I'm saying. It's then we're talking about two different things.
If you define beauty with white, then no black person should be included.
When we talk about big B
There
beauty,
wait, no, stop. There should be no exception to that rule. If you define beauty with white, then black people should automatically be excluded from it, unless they're
Let me
white people.
say really quickly
Can
why.
I sit down for a second? Can I address something that's really annoying me? So making there is no comparison. Like someone just said, because there's black officers, that doesn't mean profiling doesn't exist. That's a separate argument, and you can't even use that equivalency based on the word that she's using. She's using a word that has a very specific meaning, a very rigid specific meaning. And when you say somebody is excluded, then we need to not see any of them existing in that space. No one would say because there's black cops, there's no profiling when we all know black men are white supremacists. So yeah, they are going to profile. They're going to do exactly. And honestly, you could probably look up studies and data to see that black men engage in law enforcement the same way white men do against black people. So that's not an equivalency.
Hopefully they don't have to look it up because I've talked about that on here.
Can I explain why they're excluded?
All right, Marcus, tell us why they're excluded. But before you do, exclusion means deny access to someone. Like you're preventing them from ever getting in. So there cannot be an exception.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So they are excluded. Winning an award doesn't mean they're part of the big B. They are excluded because they're also not conferred the same level of protection and seeing that they belong. For example, like sometimes when people attack them or saying they don't deserve that because of X, Y, and Z, or bringing up certain past, like Vanessa Williams lost her crown because of, what is that word? Whatever in her past, or whatever, they're attacked or they're othered in some way. The general people, they try to take away from that, or it's seen in a slightly different way. So they are excluded because it's not given and then totally accepted. Totally accepted.
So no one is totally accepted though. Not even the most beautiful white woman would be totally accepted.
It's allowed that it's not mentioned so much in the same way why it's there. Like it's the idea is that space is for someone who is like her, not for someone who is more othered.
I mean, we're still talking about beauty from the lens of whiteness, which is fine. You said big beauty, but even in that case, we're talking about who is being used to sell what. And yeah, and they're using black people too to sell things. Again, Lupita and all of them. So I don't understand how it is excluding
it's
black.
Still different because it's either like exotic, like seen as exotic or other, or like
But you're saying there's no exception. You said there are no exceptions. Exclusion means there's
From
no.
the ideal. From the ideal, when we're talking about big B beauty, and Marcus, correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to just put words in your mouth. When we're talking about big B beauty, we're talking about specifically what is the image of the ideal beautiful woman in this society. If you ask the majority of people, it's going to be a white woman.
The majority of people are white.
Exactly. And they hold the power to define what is big B beautiful.
What is beautiful to them? Yeah.
Right. They don't have the power to determine what's beautiful for you. They can influence it. They can throw you images out. They can uplift and put themselves on a pedestal. But like I said, with white supremacy, they can scream that they're supreme. Hold on. They can scream that they're supreme until their tongue fall out. But if everyone ignores it and treats them like they're not, then white supremacy does not exist. You have to acquiesce to any type of societal rule or norm or whatever. You have to acquiesce to it. You have to agree with it in order for it to take place. It's the same thing with the beauty standard. Yeah. Why wouldn't white people select white people as the beauty standard? The question is, why don't black people select black people as the beauty standards? Why don't we uphold black features as our beauty standard, regardless to what they say? Why are we not doing that?
Black features, though. I'm just kidding. No, I know what you mean. Because you said earlier there's no black features. But Marcus, do you understand what I'm saying?
Wait. No. Hope and Marcus cannot be on the same page. I'm not going to allow that. Wait, pause. Here's why, Hope, before you continue. You believe there are exceptions, which then means we're not.
There's no exceptions to the picture. This is why I'm like, let's define what is big B beautiful, because
you said there were exceptions. In fact, you quoted the author in proving your point, stating that for the system to be believed, right, to be upheld, there has to be exceptions. So you do believe there are exceptions.
Exceptions when it comes to access, when it comes to giving black people access, when it comes to using black people to sell to other black people, that is very different. That doesn't change the ideal picture of what a beautiful woman looks like. And that is those are the two different things to me. The big B is what is the picture of the ideal
you
woman.
guys keep redefining and hiring the bar, because at this point,
I didn't hire the bar. My bars remain the same.
I think what Marcus is essentially saying is that she thinks the idea beautiful person is a white person. You have to be saying that. You have to.
So I think we both clarified earlier that black people are beautiful. And I mean, Marcus, go ahead.
No, you can say that, because like the question initially was whether or not beauty has to, for it to have any value, exclude black people. And this was without caveat.
From the get-go, I have said big B beautiful and their capitalism, the people who hold power that are white, they're gonna uphold their own image and their own women as the ideal. I am not saying that black people are not beautiful. I want to make this thing as clear as possible. To me personally, I believe the most beautiful people are black people. To me, the most beautiful person is my mother and my grandmother. And
I like this comment, because even if true, within the black community, there should not be true. And that's what we should be talking about. But even if true, outside the black community, this does not exclude black people. Right? Yes, everyone gets to take the beauty test, but whiteness gets 100 points and blackness gets 0 points. A lot of them will only have 100 points then.
So with black, once again, with winning beauty contests, there'd be a lot more pushback and questioning and fight for the black women, saying, oh, for some reason they don't deserve it. For white people, there's more white women, there's more agreement that they may be like, oh, their nose is too big, but like, or something. There might like be a criticism of some part of their looks, but there's more general acceptance that they belong. So that's what I'm going to say. And I'm going to bow out because I see, Themis, you're trying to move forward. And like me, I was just trying to literally say like a 2-minute summarization of my points, and so you can move forward. But I think I'm moving the conversation back. So I'm glad we were able to still disagree and still remain respectful. I still hold my points, and I understand we just don't agree, and that's fine. All right, so I enjoyed the conversation though. So thank you. Bye.
I like the comment.
All right, I'll add someone in your place. Bulky, I'm continuing this
Is it
video.
okay if I
'cause I didn't-
stay, Venus? Because I'm interested in the other points as well.
All right. That was that whole.
Yes, yes.
All right. I don't understand who. No,
There's an echo.
Yeah. Bulky, you're gonna have to turn me off in the background. Someone said this is a real debate. By the way, I saw a comment. I'm going, Bulky, I'm going to remove you from the panel if I'm not turned down in the back. Someone said they do not like the way for Harriet speak because she tries too hard to articulate herself. I waited till this was gone and then I deleted it. Let's not do that because hopefully we are all attempting to improve and we don't shame Black people who are well spoken. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with you, Themis.
I don't know where this came from, but like that's something we like.
Yeah.
Let's move on. I just really wanted to address that, but I wanted to let it go, then delete it, and then address it.
If you critique systems of power, if you point to structural inequality instead of blaming all of our problems on our individual failings, then people are going to come at you crazy. They are going to call you bitter. They're going to call you lonely. They're going to call you ugly. It doesn't matter what you look like. To be honest, it's coming. And ugly is the insult leveled most often because there is an idea that if you fail to deliver an easily consumable beauty, that you failed as a woman. Now, I'm a human being. I'm not impervious to nastiness. I consume all of that stuff, and it certainly stings. But this is why I'm glad to be at this level of visibility now instead of 5 or 10 years ago. Because what internet strangers say about me can't rock my foundation at this point because I've spent years and years and years meticulously building that foundation brick by brick. That's also why I think it is super ill-advised to push children or teenagers out into the public because they have not had the opportunity to do that work, but that's a whole nother video. Over and over and over again. On that video, in my DMs, on Twitter and Instagram, in my email inbox, people have been calling me insecure. Like, you're insecure, like you're only saying this because you're insecure. And I'm like, well, yeah, I'm a human being. I have quite a few insecurities and I'm quite open about them. But I will tell you that the beauty stuff is like only 2 of the top 10. And I'm
2 of the top 10. All right. So Black women are consistently being told they're ugly, they're ugly, they're ugly. And in fact, I am actually surprised that there were women who would defend the notion that Black women are ugly. Black women who would defend that notion. Now, they said they weren't, so I'm going to say Marcus and I think it was Hope. I don't remember.
Yeah, it was Hope. Marcus and Hope.
Did not. They said they don't believe Black women are ugly, but that Black women can't be beautiful in Big Beauty and the Standard. All right. I believe this is what people want you to believe about yourself. So I don't understand why we have accepted it. And the feminist framework is pushing for us to say, yeah, we're ugly, but ugly is not me. It's what you have done to me. I am naming you who've done it to me by saying I'm ugly. Like I don't understand why Black women explain to me why you would accept that.
I think what they were trying to say, if I'm trying to put myself in their frame of mind, I think what they're trying to say, it's very weird and very murky. Like, I agree with what Cynthia is saying. The only reason why this crap exists is because we've chosen to accept it. But putting that aside for a second, I think what they may have been trying to say is that, and it doesn't answer your question, to be honest, because the word has a meaning and it's very definite. But I think what they're looking at is like in reality, beauty, like the standard of beauty globally that is upheld is based on a European standard, is white woman. And the white, blonde hair, blue eyes, thin woman with whatever is the archetype of said beauty. And insofar as they include Black women such as Naomi Campbell and Tika Sumpters and the Beyoncés and the Janet Jackson, the list goes on and on, that I wanted to ask the question to them too, is that maybe they're trying to say that the acceptance is superficial and symbolic, but not real. Like maybe what they're trying to allude to is that white people don't really accept those Black beauty, or like, and it's very like, limited. Cynthia even said it too, but it still doesn't. I think that's what they're trying to get at.
I get this. So, but one of the things I've noticed is how, and I usually just only want to talk about the Black community, honestly, but even if we're talking about the white community, the impact that we have and we can have on the white community standard of like the beauty, the way it fluctuated in terms of beauty standards for a while, but never has it drastically changed in the way that it has. And right now, there isn't one, like we could look back and say, I don't know, Twiggy, for example, or Marilyn Monroe for that time frame, right? Like we could see specific right
Kate
now.
Moss for the 90s.
It is varied. Like Beyonce is a light-skinned woman, but to say, oh, when you say beauty, what pops into your mind, and think that the answer is very obvious, it's not. Like right now, it is not that obvious. So I don't understand why, when a question is posed, whether or not Black people, Blackness can be included in beauty, can be, right? It's not that it is or it will, but can it be? There is such a visceral reaction and saying no.
Fair point.
Because it's like we're accepting, like at this point, you're accepting it because we're asking a very different question that it's not, is this how it is? No, I never asked that. I can look around and know what it is. But I'm asking, can you conceive of beauty including Blackness? That's literally the question I asked.
Yeah. I think they were living in what is as opposed to what could be.
I attempted to clarify.
Yeah, well.
I honestly feel like the way you just stated it is the most clear way that you probably could have put it for them.
Yeah.
And I'm not
Hope is back. Maybe Hope you wanted to clarify something.
Yes. I feel like you misunderstood what we were saying, or at least what I'm saying.
I think that I misunderstood it, actually.
I mean, whether misunderstood or disagreed, but I believe that you're a good faith person. That's why I'm back. So I'm gonna try to make this clear, because as much as possible, and please forgive me if I'm not making it clear.
Wait. Not you come back to make it clear and then ask forgiveness if you don't.
I'm sorry, I'm trying.
I'm joking. I'm kidding. I play too much. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Because this is the thing. This is serious. If people, I don't want to be the person who's putting it out there that Black women are ugly. That is not what I'm saying.
Too late. I'm kidding.
What do you? What I'm
saying?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put myself on.
Somebody was talking.
No. Only Hope will speak for the next minute. Go ahead, Hope.
What I'm specifically saying is within Big B Beautiful, which I am defining, under this capitalist system that is ruled by white people, specifically white rich men, they will uphold their own standard of beauty and their own women. And what they have said, and what is the majority of this population says, is when you picture an ideal, what is an ideal ideal picture of beauty, it is a white woman. And then, of course, it's usually a white woman with certain body types, so on and so forth. That is, by definition, the definition that I'm putting what is big, be beautiful, it excludes blackness. I am not saying that black people are ugly. I'm not saying that when white supremacy, as much as we push back on it, uses black women and black people to sell to other black people things or use it.
Thank you. That is your I'm kidding. It is your time though. However, it is not white men who decided that the Kim Kardashians were going to be billionaires.
I was gonna get into this, and also the white
Really?
men
Why
that
are you going to get into this, Hope?
because
I feel
I
like
was
you weren't
gonna
going to
say
get into this.
just like they use the token people to sell to black people and other people, they use hip hop. They're the ones funding this. They're the ones funding people telling black women are ugly.
Can I just say what?
Go ahead.
Can I just say something really quickly about, because as I've been sitting here listening, it really does sound like the core issue is that white people won't recognize that black women are beautiful above white women. Because when you say they, they will never see it as this. They will never see it as that. Like, who are you referring to? Overall white society is what we're referring to when we say they. When we say, okay, we're in this system, in this society, black women are excluded, the they who are excluding them will be white people. So this is about, and this is why I say it starts with the way black people perceive beauty and the agreement that white is the beauty standard. Because if your whole issue is that whiteness won't include black features in beauty standards, then this is more about white acceptance at the core of it, and that is the problem.
No,
If you can't accept black beauty unless white people validate it, it's a problem.
No, it's not about that. It's about like.
Well, then who are the they? Who are the they that you refer to? Who's excluding? Who's excluding black women?
May I interrupt? And I think from my point of view, what I understand her saying, I think she is in a way she is saying that it's white people.
Bucky,
Yes.
I appreciate that, but if Hope can speak for herself.
So I understand.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that, but like when you say
You
when I
just want
hear
her to be able to go on to give her opinion. I understand. It's okay.
All right, good. Go ahead. Go ahead, Hope. Explain.
You don't want me to get any help now. Just kidding. I can.
Oh, my bad. You wanted help. I thought she was interrupting you, and I was helping you.
No, I
out.
think you.
Bucky, go ahead.
I wanted to make sure I honestly wanted clarification to make sure I understood Hope's point of view, because I think
I'll take
from
the L.
my
Go
point
ahead.
of view, I think what was missing from her argument from my point of view is the patriarchy aspect of it. Because again, who upholds standards of beauty? It's not women for themselves. It's men who are black, white, whatever races you can think of. It's men who uphold the standard of beauty. So
I agree. This is why I said rich white men specifically that uphold it.
That's where I disagree with you, because today, who is upholding those standards of white beauty? It's black men.
So, well, this is my whole point. I was trying to. So Cynthia says, "Who's they?" Yes, it is white men, and it is the white society, and the effect of that is insidious, because they, like we talk about, we're trying to
consume as much as we do.
We're trying to decolonize ourselves and
Yes.
and get our minds out of white supremacy. Why is this stuff so insidious, and why is it that black men or some black men do the bidding of white supremacy to make sure in hip hop and in
That's a
everything
question
else?
for black men.
But the root is white supremacy.
The root is white supremacy,
but again, it is black men upholding the white supremacy the most. Black men uphold.
I don't disagree.
Can we stop for 2 seconds?
Yes.
I am confused as to why you guys are confused that white people would uphold white beauty.
Right. That's what's getting me. White people are not doing anything wrong. They're doing what they should be doing.
Okay, I'm not trying to be.
Wait, stop. Wait. Like, let's attempt to not like talk over each other. But you guys can digest this and deal with this together. Isn't that aren't white men supposed to uphold white women? Like I don't, and that they are the majority, that's fine, right? So I don't understand why we would want white people to have black people as their standard of beauty. I mean, I'm not saying
I'm not going to make the argument for white people. I'm going to make
I
the
don't get it
argument
either.
for even other black women. When I first went natural back in 2010 or so, there were black women, there were Hispanic women, there were Asian women, there were white women, there were all the other women started attacking me because of the current standard of beauty there is. So I don't think we are excluded anymore, but for a long time we were, because up until the 1970s, there weren't even darker shades of makeup in America.
I think we were. I mean, I would argue that we're systemically being pushed out by white women specifically, and by
I'm gonna make the opposite argument. We are carving our own lane now. We're starting to carve our own lane now, but for a long time we were excluded, and there is pushback
I don't
to that.
disagree with you at all. I think black women are pushing themselves and creating their own lane and all of that. I am saying white women specifically, even in the author agrees with this. She was trained to fear black men generally, but she was never trained to look out for white women. And that's who came after her. But I do think there's a pushback. I mean, it's a very soft pushback, where it's the pushback that took over the Me Too movement, but that's neither here nor there.
I don't see what the problem is by saying you will never be the ideal for this society at large, but that doesn't negate the fact that you should do your own thing. I don't understand. I feel like
want to be for the society. Wait, I don't understand what that statement, because in the statement it doesn't actually imply that you want to be, so that's unfair. But why would you make that statement that you wouldn't be for the society at large? Who is
because the society at large?
No. Wait, who is the society at large?
The majority of people are white. This is a white supremacist system. They're gonna uphold their own
white supremacist system. Do you think another group of men and women would make someone else outside of the standard?
So, well, let's say it's Asian people. Let's say we live in an Asian system and they uphold their own people as the standard.
I mean, the answer could sorry, I don't know why you're going there. The answer could have been yes, because black men do it. But
because what? Black men do what?
No, but
uphold.
I just feel like, are y'all like purposefully putting words in my mouth sometimes? Because I'm not saying that we should. Like I want to make
we're actually trying to understand you.
Okay. Maybe that's my miscommunication. I am not saying, by saying that the standard of beauty for the majority of society is a white person, white lady, does not mean that I'm saying black people are not beautiful. I think it's detrimental to go around the world thinking you're not beautiful and not upholding your own image as a black person, as black people. I think it's very detrimental for black men, like in hip hop and stuff, to denigrate black women. I'm against all of that. I think we should decolonize ourselves, at least mentally, if not physically, to get rid of our own white supremacist person inside of our heads and love each other, and as black people see the beauty in one another, like LB said earlier. And I don't know how to make that more clear. I don't know how to make the fact that I think I'm beautiful and I think black people around me are beautiful more clear than that. Just because the white society, which is we can't ignore them because they usually sign our paychecks. That's why we can't just ignore them. I hope.
Yeah, but we don't have to buy their.
I agree. I'm not saying we should buy their stuff either. I'm not gonna say.
No, I'm not saying buy their stuff. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna buy makeup.
I'm not gonna tell a woman.
What I'm saying is we don't have to buy into their standard of beauty.
I understand that. I agree with that.
Can I?
There is a level of violence that you're met with, even in the workplace, when you don't have straighter hair and when you don't contour your nose to look smaller. I actually had someone come up to me at work, and Wasn't a coworker or anything, just some random, you know, patient's family member that came up to me and told me, "Hey, where are you from? Because you look very African." And I said, "Thank you," with a nice, big, bright smile. And he's like, "That wasn't a," and in my head, I was like, "I know." Can I help you with anything?
Well, that's
So
the
there is
problem
going to
with
be a
the,
pushback, even if we try to decolonize our minds at this point, because even my 8-year-old niece says, "Hey, Black girls don't have long hair. Long, white, straight hair is beautiful." Even at 7 years old, she's getting this message.
well,
So
white
when
hair
there
is
is,
not a thing, but
Can I offer something or ask a question?
when we're getting this
no.
message bombarded to us every day, the question is, can we push back against that in our own minds? And that's a harder question to answer. When you say, can we be included? It's, can we include ourselves? And we're starting to try to do that, but it's a very heavy pushback. So from
Yeah,
birth,
they
we're
can push back all
inundated with
they want.
media that tells us that lighter, brighter, whiter is
I
beautiful
feel like
for
it's a
women.
conversation about can we, it should be an easy yes. And the fact that it's not an easy yes is giving me concern. It's giving me a lot of concern that there is not
Makes me
an
sad.
easy yes. These are names of women who were upheld by larger society. It was Black people that found flaw with them.
Absolutely.
And then the men that you want to find you attractive are men who use white standards of beauty as their preference. It's always circles back to Black. It actually kind of does. Actually.
Well, here's the
argument
thing.
earlier.
It was a woman that told me that, "Hey, I like your features, just not on you."
What?
So again, it's not all men. It's not all men. I mean,
Well,
a
no
big
one said,
majority of it is
wait,
trickle down for them, but it's not all men that
stop.
uphold this
Please
standard.
stop. All right. Who says all? Like, I don't understand why we're saying. I feel like the conversation is beyond clarifying all and
Right.
some. Like, I feel like it should be beyond
We shouldn't
clarifying
have
all
to
and
do
some.
that anymore.
I don't know, but let's continue because I want to get through this and then be done.
I already told y'all about one of them. Like, you know, I made a whole video talking about how I'm dealing with body dysmorphia, but that's not a gotcha for me, right? I'm not running from that stuff. So if that's what you want to go with, I mean, sure. And the main reason why your insecure bothers me is not because I'm like, no, I'm not insecure. I'm a strong Black woman. I'm a human woman. I'm a Black woman who is human. So yeah, I got stuff that I feel self-conscious about. That's not what bothers me. It bothers me because the assumption is that when I make these videos that I am purely speaking from a place of insecurity and not a place of deep thought, rigorous study, meditation. By the time an idea makes it into a video, I've been thinking about it for years. I've been trying to work through this beauty stuff for a long time. And like, yeah, it might not be for you. That's fine. I'm saying it as humbly as possible. Put some respect on my name, to be honest. I am open to alternative ideas. If you have something that you think is deeper or more thoughtful, you know, what did Monique say? I'd like to see it. I'm able to speak about this stuff so clearly and not work from a place of sadness or depression or anger, because I've spent so much time doing the personal work. But personal work also motivates my professional work, which is the reading and the writing it out and the revision. You either discuss it, work through it, or that shit will eat you alive. And that's the beauty of theory. Theory is not some abstract thing. Theory is born out of our experiences. Theory is the way that we make sense of everything that we're seeing around us. I'm not a motivational speaker. I'm not out here selling dreams. I'll leave that to the other people. That can be their hustle. I'm just trying to be very clear about what's happening. This work is.
Yeah, Kim is always taking shots. In any case, she is right, though. The idea that you are going to, if you're a Black woman online or anywhere, actually, your hair will come up. At some point, some man or maybe woman is going to come to you and disregard everything that you've ever said because your hair is blah. and you're not beautiful enough, it is going to go to ad hominem attack always, and that discredits you from being able to even engage in the discourse. When she says, put some respect on my name, I actually appreciate it. It's not just her name, but on the women who are actually doing the work, who look at the statistics, who provide the statistics, and who engage in it. But then it comes back to, should beauty even matter at all? And the answer to that is, well, actually, why should beauty matter or not matter? Hope, go ahead.
Beauty matters, whether we like it or not. It is what
No,
it is.
sorry, that's not the question. I apologize. I don't know if I said it properly. Should beauty matter?
To whom? I'm not just trying to be pedantic. I'm serious, because I'm not just going to make a blanket statement. To what? Are you a physicist trying to do some work, or are you a model?
Answer it with your whom in mind. When we say matter, we're talking about that. We say beauty is has social capital in it. Do we not?
Yes, correct.
Should it have social
I don't see the point of the question, because it does, and there's nothing we can do about it, in my opinion.
That's why when we ask, should does blackness have to necessarily be excluded from beauty, it seems like you also did not want to answer the question, and instead you went to, well, it's happening, and that keeps happening, and I'm asking to try to get an answer out of you that is not directly tied to what you came up here with.
It's like saying, should race exist? Should race be a social construct that we work
I mean, I
with?
could ask the question. That's not a problem. I don't think that, like, should it, if you ask me, should race exist, I'm going to probably, huh? Oh, I might be, yes. But, oh,
what are you going to say? Hold on. What was going to be your answer if should race exist?
Yes.
You think race should exist as a social construct?
Yes.
Okay. Interesting.
I don't think Black people should be at the bottom of the hierarchy based on race, and I don't think differences should necessitate hierarchy, but I like that race exists. My question to you is, should beauty should beauty have capital in it? Should there be such a value on beauty? That's a better question, hopefully.
The reason I have a hard time answering these things, just like whether race should be a social construct, because to me, in the ideal world that's probably never going to happen, race shouldn't be a social construct, and neither is beauty. But I work in the real world, therefore I think beauty is a social construct, is important, does have capital behind it, is a resource, so on and so forth. This is why I do not blame people for investing in it when it has actual material goods.
But should it have it? Should someone be rewarded because of how they are biologically, how they look?
I don't think.
I guess it's not biological anymore.
Well, in my ideal world, your ability to make money or have resources in your life should not be at the hands of how you look.
What? So, I mean, why was that difficult? I don't understand why that was difficult.
I wanted to make sure to clarify, because a lot of times the people that in their ideal world, a lot of the systems or dismantles, for example, capitalism, they do not acknowledge the material conditions we live under right now, and therefore demonize people for investing in beauty. And that's what I'm trying to make it super clear, that I do not demonize anybody who invests in beauty right now. Just like I would.
If you could, they would not be rewarded for beauty.
Not materially, no. I'm not gonna, and because there's aspects of beauty, whether it's health or whatever, when it comes to mating, I'm not gonna tell people who they find attractive, who to mate with and who not to mate with. For when it comes to the biological aspect,
I don't think you have anonymity, right? Like, no one knows who you are, so it's fine. You can hold, and I don't know why I'm giving you permission, but you can hold your position. You can say, look, beauty should not matter. You can say that. I assume that would have been your answer.
the reason I don't do things like that because we're not in a vacuum, and we don't live in a vacuum. It's important to like, yes, I am anonymous or whatever, but that doesn't mean like I don't care about the words that are coming out of my mouth and
Yeah,
the
but
effect that it has on
that
people.
should allow honesty. That's
That
what
I
I
am being
want.
honest. You don't think I'm being honest right now?
No,
Why am
you
I?
are. And your answer is that beauty should not be rewarded. I don't do, I mean, I don't have an opinion on your opinion. That's your opinion. That's
Yeah, I
all I
don't think
wanted. I just
materially.
wanted your opinion, and it feels like it's very difficult for you to say it, which I think everyone in the chat and you and on the stage knew that's what your position would be, and I don't understand why it's hard to say that. It's a hypothetical. Oh, someone right. It's a hypothetical question.
I don't know. Maybe I just like to talk in a nuanced way, like to actually say what I believe fully and to put it in context.
Do there need to be any more nuance to the fact that you don't think people should be rewarded for beauty?
If I have a problem with a system that is capitalism that rewards people on a lot of arbitrary things, why would I not have a problem with things that being rewarded based on race and beauty, which are literally how you look like?
Yeah, so you shouldn't be rewarded for beauty. I don't see there's no context for it. Like, I agree with you.
But the reason I say this thing is because that's to me it's a different thing by saying, oh, I don't believe beauty should matter because I can't compete, or because like somebody earlier said the text message, oh, just say you're ugly.
Right. So I pressed enough, and there it is. Why do you like it? You don't have to say
because people say things like,
"Oh my God, can I get this point out?" You don't have to say I compete, but I can compete. But you as an individual in this conversation, what you look like should not matter.
I didn't make it matter. What makes it matter is the text message you received earlier when it says, just say you're ugly, and instead of
It
saying
wasn't
black
to
people,
you. It
instead
was
of
not
saying
to
black,
you.
okay,
It was not to you. It was
maybe
not
I
to an
misunderstood.
individual. It was said generally.
Okay, because maybe I misunderstood, because when people say what I'm saying, when I'm talking about big B beauty and all these things, when I'm talking about macro issues, and people think that, oh, just say you're ugly, or because you're saying black people or saying black women, or putting words in my mouth saying black women are ugly, which I never said that. That's why I clarified, basically. The macro versus the micro, the macro versus the ideal versus what we live in right now, and how we should move within the world that we live in. I do not disagree with you mostly about how we should move. We don't have it to be at the bottom. We don't have to not invest in beauty just because we think maybe it's just futile or whatever. That doesn't mean that what I think in the macro or what I think is the ideal is very different, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but like I don't know why you are going around and coming around articulation.
Okay,
just
maybe
say,
I'm just over explaining. Sorry.
Yeah, just say people should not be rewarded. In my ideal world, people would not be rewarded for beauty.
Okay.
Like, that's fine. Jameson thought got me quoting, there's two things you can't convince me, that I'm ugly and that I am not smart. Period. If anything else, please leave here with that. That's the one thing I would. Don't let anyone tell you you're ugly. I don't care about anyone's standards. I'm almost done.
Isn't born from a lack of self-confidence. It's quite the opposite. This work is born from a self-assuredness that only comes from knowing that you know your shit. And I hope that we're not conflating my understanding of the hierarchy of desirability and the social stratification that the system of beauty produces with, oh, she doesn't love herself, she thinks she's ugly. Like, that ain't it. Being very aware of your place in the world, what you have, what you don't have. I feel very empowered by that. A lot of people try to call it victim mentality, and I'm like, no, it's the opposite. You know, knowing the world and how you're perceived and how you move through it does not fix inequality. Like, it doesn't, right? We fix inequality by dismantling those systems and divesting from them. But it does prevent me from running myself crazy. And I gotta say, I am super fascinated by why the conversation takes that kind of personal tone when I'm talking about beauty. You know, the you're jealous, you know, you're insecure. When it doesn't take that kind of tone when I'm talking about racism or classism or even colorism. Why is it that when I'm talking about this, it goes there, and not when I'm talking about feminism in a different way? You know, the other ways that sexism manifests itself. I think I have some ideas, and we'll get into that later. The work that I've done to be super honest also helps me to digest that criticism. I think people are just really bad judges of their objective attractiveness. And
Tell me that was not Kevin Samuels.
That
What
was
do
not
you mean? What is Kevin Samuel?
You want me to play that part again?
Yeah, when she says
no,
people are
that.
bad judges of their objective attractiveness.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah,
where do you
that's
think
a
she's
little.
missing that?
That's
Like,
the sugary kitten
people are
for sure.
overestimating how good they look? Is that what you think she's saying?
Wait, let me stop. Wait.
Can you play it back, Themis?
I'm going to play it back. That is a problem. How dare you? Stop. Actually, let me stop. Let me stop. I really do like Kim. I do. I think she's very off. She's going to even go as far as to say she would like to see these women. I'll show you.
Okay, yeah, I didn't watch this before. I want to see it again.
that I've done to be super honest also helps me to digest that criticism. I think people are just really bad judges of their objective attractiveness. And okay.
What?
So their objective attract.
Themis, can I make a comment?
Go ahead quickly.
Okay, I used to watch her a lot, and when I watched this video specifically, I remember like watching it and being like, "What is happening with her? Like, she's putting too much personal shit in there, and like she's inconsistent." So like after that, I was like, "I'm gonna take a break from her," and I took a break.
Wait, let's do this. But Themis, put Kim in context. She's saying that the people that call her ugly look like her. No, we're going to go to there in. I've not taken her out of context. I've played, I skipped some of the intro, but not enough to lose the context.
Yeah.
She was speaking to people and she was like, look, y'all need to get rated because apparently y'all don't know how to rate yourself. Is there another way that you can take that? Please tell me the other way you can take that. She's saying you don't know how attractive you are.
Yeah.
And there is an objective standard for
in which you rate yourself.
I do really like this. Look, I can like you and critique you. So if y'all are mad at me for this, I don't care. I'm not going to pretend like.
Okay, no shade, but it's honesty hour. I think it is very difficult for many of us to really see how we are looked upon from the outside. So when I see comments that are like, "You uglies."
Did that clarify it for anyone? Did that clarify it for? Because she just broke down what she meant, and she definitely was speaking generally to people. And I don't know why I'm saying it like this, like she said anything to me when I'm talking to the chat. Kim, you didn't say anything. It might be a slip up that you doubled down on. I don't know. You did record, edit, and posted it. So.
Need to stop hating on us beautiful women. You're just jealous. And then I'll scroll to the comment and I'll click on the Abby and I'll just be like, huh.
Okay, no.
Okay.
No.
Did that clarify it? I'm gonna keep that. She said she definitely, you guys, we are not very good. Women specifically aren't very good at judging their own attractiveness, and she knows this because they're calling her ugly, and she goes on their thing, and they're not cute. So, all right, let's continue. I think this is horrible. Like this part, not the video, but this part.
Like, I'm happy that you have a very healthy self-esteem. Everybody should be so lucky. However, when I'm talking about the system of beauty and the women who accrue the most privileges in this stratified system, I wouldn't even talk about you, okay? You are not the person that I am discussing here. I'm talking about the women who sit atop the hierarchy. I'm sure you get stuff from being the cutest person in your department, but that's not really where this conversation is centered. Clearly.
So
Figured it
I
to make
will
them
point
feel
out
small.
something. Kim is petty. She is petty.
Yeah.
And it makes for fun content. So let's be fair and say she's just being petty. Someone specifically said something mean to her. She looked at their profile, thought they weren't cute, and is dragging them. She's not I'm going to assume she's not talking generally, but she did speak generally. I'm going to give her the benefit
That's
of
the
doubt.
problem.
Love that you hold space to flesh out these ideas. Keep being incredible. Oh, thank you. Team, can I get a link, please? I think thank you. The moderators are in the chat doing it. Almost done.
Some women get enormous returns from their investment in beauty. But what percentage of the population do you think that is? 10%? 5%? 5% who can really stretch it out and make it last? Odds are it ain't you. Just being real. That's why I use the term stratification. You probably don't have access to the structural power that you think you do. And that's a hard pill to swallow. I am trying to take a macro look at a humongous phenomenon. And, don't get me wrong. I'm talking about beauty as a system that operates along a spectrum. And your access to those resources, those privileges, depends on where you're situated along that spectrum. But those privileges can also be situational. So in one context, you can be treated very, very well. And in another context, you can be treated very, very poorly. None of this is absolute. It is constantly shifting and evolving, but that's another reason why we have to have conversations about it. Because when you are cute in one city and not so cute in another city, and your whole foundation is rocked, right? How do you deal with that? So that was the real talk portion of our discussion.
Wait, this is the part I want to comment on this, but I want to get a big chunk out of the way so we can have the final discussion, because I don't want to hold you guys. I feel terrible. I feel like I'm holding you hostage.
And we're about to enter the realer talk portion of our discussion. It's important to talk about popular images and what's fawned over and what's celebrated and what's lifted up in the many, many images that we're all consuming every day. But I gotta tell you, when I see Black men in particular being very free with the words ugly directed at Black women, and not just me, right? I see it all over the internet. I am perplexed, because I know for a fact that the vast majority of Black men, everyday Black men, are partnering Black women who look a lot more like me than Beyonce or even Bernice Burgos. She's a super famous model on Instagram, FYI. Who's doing the bulk of the emotional labor for Black men? Who's caring for their children? Generally, it's not women who look like Rihanna. So while I get called bitter and insecure all day long by whomever, I really think that there is a cognitive dissonance when a lot of Black men are trying to reconcile what they desire and what they prize with what they actually have access to. And that actually causes a deep-seated kind of bitterness that results in lashing out on social media. But that's just a theory. A thought often arises in my mind, like, post a picture of the mother of your children, not to shame the women whom I feel genuinely sorry for, but because somebody is lying.
No one is lying. That we can play a little bit more. I'm going to back it up and then play that again. No one is lying. The men who are online talking about their preferences are talking about their preference. That they cannot get that which they want currently because they don't have the money to, and the women don't want them because that's kind of what they want from them is the money. does not make it any less true that that's the woman they want. And so you saying, let me see those women I found, even though she's like, not to shame those women, it ultimately
But it
is.
exactly was. I'm sorry. I didn't know I was still unmuted.
Yeah. So it's hard for you to hold space while on attack mode, right? And so if you are going to attack the people who are calling you ugly, and I don't know why anyone is calling Kim ugly, like get over yourself. Like it's, but not her, not her. I'm saying people calling her ugly should get over themselves. Like I don't think that Kim is an ugly woman. Like that doesn't make sense to me. But people calling her ugly, if you're mad at them, that's fine. But when you say, I want to see the women you appeared with because you're lying by calling me ugly, misses the point completely. The starter wife phenomena exists where Black women will labor, so Black men will be with you, use you and your resources, and then when and if, because there's a big if, there's a huge if there. If success comes, then they'll trade you off for what they actually want, which is why someone said you should only date men who have been established. I think Yanni said this. You should only date men who have been established already, so you know that you're not there to labor for them. I actually agree with this, but I don't give advice. I actually agree with this because I think Kim misses the point. I think women who believe the fact that they're with you means that they're lying about their preference is ridiculous. Like I don't understand how you could think that.
I agree with
I think she's saying that they're lying to the women they're with.
No, that's not what she's saying. There's nope. Because she's talking.
Or maybe not, because some of these men actually beat down on these women's self-esteem while they're in the relationship extracting resources from them. But that's neither here nor there.
I feel like this is in Cynthia G's wheelhouse.
She may have stepped away, maybe.
Yeah, probably.
I just wanted to say I do agree with part of what Kim said with regard to the ease that it appears that people, both Black women and men, are able to call ourselves or call each other ugly is really quite troubling. And this is especially evidence with, like, for example, Beyonce's daughter, whom I do not think is ugly. Remember that whole controversy, Blue Ivy, or what have you. And it's like everybody was jumping. This white man, I think, or white woman made a comment or what have you about her looks. And then I was like, and I was arguing with people in the comment section. I'm like, what exactly about this little girl is ugly? Like, tell me, what exactly about her is ugly that you guys feel so free to levy that criticism against her? Now, by contrast, watch this. Jennifer Lopez married Mark Anthony. And some people may not think that he's a very attractive man. And her kids, her daughter in particular, did not get her features as much. Now, I don't think the child is ugly, but she don't look like her mama neither. And yet I purposely went through when they had, like, when J-Lo performed at the Super Bowl or what have you, and her daughter joined her on stage.
Oh, what happened?
Uh-oh.
I don't.
Did she drop off?
She probably lost connection.
Oh.
I hit backspace on accident very frequently. But the caveat I have to that is even the women in hip hop are telling us that we're nappy headed and we need perms.
Mm-hmm.
So when you say, can we be included? The question is, can we include ourselves? Can we include?
We would need to.
Yeah, wait, yes, you're back, Cynthia.
My thing is not centered on Black men. My thing is centered on my sisters. Those are the ones who attack me the most when I go outside of the well-beaten drum. When I go outside of the blonde hair, contact eyes, slim body, small waist. My sisters are the ones that attack me. The men I could give shit about.
Yeah. I mean,
so when you say can we, it's very dependent on our mindsets. It's not really dependent on much else besides us because we set the trend. But if we're saying that we don't like nappy hair, if we're saying that we don't like thick noses, if we're saying we don't like big lips, we're saying Elsa is beautiful instead of Tiana. If we're saying that, can we be? Can we include ourselves?
So Olivia, another question.
Devil's advocate, is your name suggesting what you're doing tonight?
Little.
Because are you saying, is this your first time on?
It is.
So are you saying Black women are to be blamed?
Black women are not to be blamed for the origin of it, but we definitely perpetuate it more than we should.
More than
Black men?
She said we should. She didn't say more than black men.
No, I was asking. I never said she did.
Yes, she said more than we should.
All right. I do
More
agree
than
that
we
we
should is not a clarification.
we participate
men.
in it.
The question was, do we perpetuate it more than black men?
Yes, that was my question.
I answered that question. I was never going to ask
No.
that question.
Again, I'm going to be devil's advocate. Even from birth, our mothers are telling us that our hair needs to be managed or done or.
Wait, do you think Black women care about their hair because other Black women care? I mean, I've heard the argument that I only
Right,
make my hair.
they're acquiescing to Black men's cultural standards and the fact that Black men like white women.
Like, yeah. Wait, I've never actually heard a woman say this, so this is interesting. That Black women are the ones perpetuating the.
We're not the ones, but our hands are not clean in that respect.
But why do you guys do that? Because Black women seem to only be interested in the Black male gaze.
Because whiteness often affords you opportunities that Blackness does not. There are Black gatekeepers in the entertainment industry that'll tell me that I'm Haitian.
So
Jessie went on and said that she was denied an opportunity because someone said she did not look exotic enough, another dark-skinned woman. So our hands are not clean in that respect. So to the extent that we can uncolonize our minds, then we can be included in beauty. But if we keep gatekeeping beauty as closeness to whiteness, then no, we won't be included because we're not including ourselves.
Black women, by and large, don't care about whiteness in terms of attractiveness.
No, we don't.
We don't.
I don't know about that. Even the natural hair movement was
I'm telling you,
co-opted by looser curl patterns. So it's very insidious.
Okay, so that's
I'm trying to understand. Wait, can no one else speak on this? Like, can you not chime in because it becomes kind of distracting? All right, so I'm talking to devil's advocate. You believe that Black women are causing Black women to try to fit the mold of beauty that is white?
Sometimes, yes.
All right, sometimes, yes. But you'd understand that the culture, the Black culture, is shaped by Black men. Oh, you don't think
I don't want to say no. They're supposed to be the leaders, but they're not. A lot of Black women are passing that ideology down to their children.
I mean, they're not the lead. We're not the leaders. Like that much is quite obvious because we failed. We failed in that respect when we say it's a matriarchy. So we have. I'll accept that. But when it comes to beauty, the people. Wait, what? Well, let me see this. Themis is desperately trying to make her a victim. Oh, I'm not trying to make anyone a victim. It's interesting because that's what white people would say about you in talking about white supremacist system, but we're not going to go there, Dean. When you are thinking about the culture and the community and Black women, who are Black women trying to attract?
Yeah, Black men.
Black men. So whose standard is it that they're trying to meet in their aesthetics?
They are trying to meet the Black man's standards in their aesthetics, but they are also encouraging other Black women to try to meet that same standard.
Yeah, all right.
Including their daughters.
Yeah,
sometimes including their sons.
Wait. I don't think you're wrong in that, like, they probably shouldn't. But like, let's not ignore the fact that Black women are attempting to get Black men's
We're
attention.
definitely not ignoring it. But as much pushback as there is to us accepting our own beauty, we need to push back against that ourselves. We don't need to be perpetuating. You know what I mean? We don't
Yeah,
need to
but beauty,
be.
I'm all for accountability and I'm here for it. But beauty by itself does not operate in a vacuum. You can say that you're beautiful, which I would agree with you. We should all strive to have a healthy dose of self esteem, but that we want to be chosen. Maybe Erica is probably right in this. You should divorce yourself from the man's gaze, but that is part of it. Like that is a huge part of it. Courting male attention
It is a huge part of it. But what you choose to do, your body shouldn't dictate how you treat me based on what I choose to do to mine.
yeah, I mean, we enforce different cultural norms for people who don't deserve us enforcing them.
So that's what I'm saying. We can only be included in beauty as much as we include ourselves. The beauty industry has included darker shades, has included different texture, weaves, has included other things that kind of are healthier for us, as opposed to perming your hair, you use a protective style. Those things we have implemented as we've gotten away from, if my hair's not straight, I'm not going to be paid. If my butt's not big, this guy's not going to look at me, but also there are young girls. I'll go to my son's after school thing, and they're young girls and they're looking at me like, well, why does your hair look like that? And because I'm Black. Like, I have curly hair. What is the problem? So this thing is coming down the pipeline. Like, a lot of Black women have internalized that. So we can only be included in our natural state as much as we accept ourselves in our natural state.
Yeah, I think I don't know about, I don't push, and this is why I won't push back on you on this, and I'll let it go, because I don't think it is my place to tell Black women what they should and should not do. But you guys can go off on that. That's not my place. So I can accept you taking accountability for how Black women engage in the culture. But Athin, I wanted your response to this, but let me go back a little.
Access to, and that actually causes a deep-seated kind of bitterness that results in lashing out on social media. But that's just a theory. A thought often arises in my mind, like, post a picture of the mother of your children, not to shame the women, whom I feel genuinely sorry for, but because somebody is lying. Everybody is not going home to an Instagram model. It's not possible. And maybe that's deeply upsetting. A whole lot of men have very little access to patriarchal power, and they decide to lash out at women and try to degrade women to make themselves feel better. And it's like, okay. But the most important point here is I'm not a fatalist. How could I be? Ever since I made that video about Sin Santana.
About men lashing out at women. Wait, I need to respond. Dean says that took guts, mama. Accountability definitely takes gut. I don't know if Black women should be taking accountability for anything in the community, but if they do, not anything, that's me being facetious. The fact that they consistently do this on this live stream and Black men refuse to do it at all when they come up here is part of the problem. But we're not going to get into this. Like, you standing in the crowd cheering women on who say things like Black women should take accountability is part of why you are always getting dragged. But this idea about beauty being easily consumable for people. So you have to first also fit the beauty standard. And if you don't, then you're disregarded by these men. And then they lash out at people just generally because they don't have access to power at all. Someone said you said very true. How do you respond to that? There's someone in the background, Chris. Chris.
Hey, Themis.
Hey, how are you?
Doing good, thanks.
What do you have to say about this?
So I think to answer the question, I believe it is good that beauty is important to society. But what I haven't really heard is a lot of discussion about the evolutionary biological basis for beauty. Looking at things like waist to hip ratios, golden means, facial symmetry, hair health.
Wait! Did you just say the golden ratio?
Yeah.
Absolutely not. Not on this channel. You won't hear it.
So I find it.
Wait, who said what?
No, I said the golden ratio is BS.
Yeah, well, no. Yeah, we're not discussing we will never discuss the golden. We will never legitimize the golden ratio anywhere here. But continue, Chris. I want to see where this is going.
So I think it's just kind of hard to believe that ever-changing cultural influences and fashion trends, beauty trends are more significant than humans' hardwired genetic and evolutionary imperatives. And those are things that we just genetically see as beautiful. I think those trump things that any particular culture is saying at any particular time about what beauty is.
You know this is not true, right? The biological imperative to reproduce exists, but if you're saying we look at someone in some ancient part of our minds and our brains, we can deduce whether or not that person is a good fit for reproduction, then fitness would be one of the major stones, right? The major pillar for such a assessment, correct?
Yes.
But we know beauty in the Victorian era, and even actually ancient Greece probably is a better place to look for this, did not prioritize fitness in women. And in fact,
Ancient Rome as well.
Yeah, and a lot of women who were plumper and in Jamaica we call it fluffy, and they definitely like them there like that. So we know big girls get love, right? But you would argue that modern medicine seems to suggest that the bigger you are, well, if you're too small, then that's also a problem. But I think that would not be the case. Like, I don't know if the golden ratio or any scientific explanation for beauty has been legitimized in any meaningful way for me to accept it.
Well, I think that the literature is fairly solid on studies done about waist to hip ratios.
Wait.
Well
You want to tell me there is there is solid literature on beauty being linked? I'm going to need you to send this to me because I'd
be happy to provide sources.
The era where people were too skinny was also super skinny people were seen as beautiful, but they're literally most of them were literally sick.
So, yes, being emaciated is not considered beautiful from an evolutionary perspective.
But from a cultural perspective, it was. So the idea that the cultural perspective takes into consideration in any meaningful way any sort of solid scientific biological incentive for reproduction and beauty doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I just kind of have to agree to disagree on that. There's significant literature on facial symmetry being a subconscious kind of indicator of beauty.
That is not
So
true
you have
because
perfect measurements in your mind?
wait, no. That is not true. Facial symmetry. There are people with asymmetric faces that are considered beautiful. The guy from Teen Wolf was named one of, well, I don't know. He was one of the most beautiful men alive. I don't remember. But his face, his literal face is lopsided, and everyone thinks he's beautiful.
May I?
Who is
It's
this?
actually Bucky.
Wait,
Because
no.
actually,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say because actually most of the white people who are considered to be beautiful do not fit into the golden ratio either. So
Yeah.
it's white people themselves disproved it. Even though I don't care for it at all, but I'm saying within their own context of using it for themselves, it still does not work because they don't follow it either.
Well, I think if you look at the fashion industry and you see the almost endemic use of photoshopping, airbrushing, a lot of that's done to artificially enhance based on something. And
Yeah, they
from
even
an
enhance their
evolutionary,
lips with people enhance their lips, which brings it way out of the golden ratio when it comes. I don't know why this is the hill you're choosing to die on.
well, it's not. I just think
Wait. I was ignoring him all night, so he twerked enough, so he got the view. All these were hearing, but Chris is white. What is Chris white about? Nika, are you a... Actually, let me not call you out. Well, period. I hope you meet the golden ratio, Nika. I'm not even going to go into this with you because it's going to be too mean. Continue, Chris.
The other thing, if I'm going to die on a hill, it'll be defending capitalism. The idea that big beauty, TM, the standards are imposed by either a white supremacist or capitalist system. If you look at the old Soviet Union, China, Cuba, those are all socialist countries. Middle East monarchies, theocracies, they have very entrenched beauty standards. So I don't think that it is fair to put it all on the capitalist system. Even, for instance, the Nazi government used beauty standards and things like phrenology to advance their own political power.
Yeah, they use the golden ratio. I bet you I bet you the Nazi Germany used the golden ratio. Continue.
But it wasn't for a monetary purpose. It was for political power and propaganda. And, capitalism can't force the consumer's choices. It only responds to their demands.
No, that is not true. That is why we broke up monopolies.
Monopolies were an unfair advantage.
Then it is not a true capitalistic state.
Well, I don't think we are a 100% capitalist state.
So you're not here to defend capitalism. You're here to defend whatever this is we have. That includes some level of capitalism.
Yes, we're very much more of a mixed economy. But as far as capitalist systems go,
so when you say that the consumer leads the market, that is not true necessarily.
Well, when you have things like regulatory capture, barriers to entry, corporate government cronyism, absolutely not.
When you have
artificially
pharma specifically, we know the consumers aren't leading the market.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Big Pharma, when we're having drugs being sold that can save lives at a... All right, let's not get into this. I just want to get to the point where we're saying we agree, hopefully, that the market, when we say the consumers come first and they drive the market, it is not necessarily true. And this is someone who believes in capitalism. I'm not someone who opposes capitalism, just an FYI.
Well, the difference is if you take a socialist system, it's a top-down approach that decides for the consumers what products, what goods are available, what the prices are. Whereas, and that's where you run into the knowledge problems about socialist economies. With capitalism, it is basically millions of micro transactions between consumers and suppliers that dictate
Regulated by
the
state, controlled
market.
by the state. Like, I don't like that. We need a referee. So like, I don't want to compare two systems. Like, I don't. I come out on the side that I hope you come out on too, which is capitalism. Great. Yes, that's me.
Yes,
I'm
but
for it.
my point is that in other countries that don't have capitalist systems, they still have very entrenched notions about beauty, and that has nothing to do with a capitalist system per se. It just is a difference in who is controlling and directing.
But let me defend for Harriet. And then someone said, the lawyers know more about beauty than the fashion designers. That's the internet. I feel like I could drag, but I'm not. I don't know why you make it so easy to drag you talking about fashion. What house? Y'all in the chat are making it racial and it's not. Crazy that me, of all people, backing Krista, have his opinion, albeit flawed. I didn't see anyone dragging. Hopefully, I don't
It's
know.
in the
I mean,
comments. They're
I'm
really
not.
caught up on like what race he is, what political party he's affiliated with, like a whole bunch of bullshit. And it's like, dude, like at the end of the day, and this applies to anybody. Like if Kim was actually on stage, because I know I said some shady shit, but if she was actually on stage, I'd at least be respectful if she was here, just for respect for the platform. But like we don't care about who he is. We care about what he's saying. Do we agree with that or not? And I don't even agree fully with what Chris is saying. But
He and I agree on capitalism being a better system. We agree on that, and I think that's about it. Because literally no one here is going to accept the golden ratio. Like, it's just not going to happen. Not in this chat box. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, where do you come out on whether or not the beauty excludes blackness? I mean, I guess I know your answer is going to be here too.
Well, I think that it's a definite statement, and if it's falsifiable with one example, Cynthia G gave several, then obviously they are not excluded.
So that's what I think Cynthia G actually says when she was pinning down excludes. You cannot say it excludes Black people, but have exceptions, because then it's falsifiable. And it was, yeah. So, I mean, that's why I was hoping Marcus wouldn't be like angry or mad or upset. I don't know. I don't think she was upset actually, but like defensive on that stance, because I do think it's important that we define words, and I agree that excludes should not be what was used there.
I do think that there is a strong case to be made that there are disparate outcomes, that there are you can say market failures, but a lot of it has to do with the mindset of accepting the premise that Black beauty is sub to any other standards. Beauty is basically in the eye of the beholder. And
Wait, how are you gonna wait? I feel like you just contradicted everything you just said. How are you gonna say beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but then use the golden ratio?
Well, there are aesthetics, but there is also a genetic hardwired tendency to recognize certain features as attractive in a mate, and then it's aesthetics on top of it. So it's not a binary of it's either all genetic or it's all aesthetic. There's a combination, and of course,
Well, then you
when
can't say beauty is objective and that it's in the eye of the beholder. To use the golden ratio is to describe beauty as objective. Like you can say part, like the golden ratio was used to tell what beauty is from a very specific lens. So
right, and so something like the example with the guy who had facial tattoos. That very
not the guy,
easily,
you mean Kodak Black?
yeah. That kind of thing. There are people that see a face tattoo and they're like, that's hot, that's awesome. If you go into Polynesian countries where face tattoos are part of the local cultural norms, then it is absolutely seen as beautiful and respected.
But then beauty is not universal. It's not objective. It's not like it's localized. It's sometimes individualized. It feels like everything. It feels like everything you're saying at the end now of this is contradictory to what you began with. And maybe I misunderstood your beginning where beauty was genetic, the golden ratio, it's about your hip to all that kind of stuff. It feels like that has been disregarded now.
So I would look at the evolutionary functions, something like the foundation of a house, that there is something that underpins the house that is universal to all buildings. You need a solid foundation. And that foundation in this example would be things like waist to hip ratios. Whereas as you build up the house, there's other features. There's different floor plans. There's different decorations. And they all build on.
I feel like you're misusing the golden ratio now, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna forgive you. All right, so let's wrap up because I'm tired.
Hey, Thema, can I in the after show? Can I talk about something briefly?
How briefly?
Okay.
And if I can, there was one other quick point I'd like to make.
Quickly.
Okay.
So 1 minute.
Okay. When you asked the question about whether investing in beauty is a good investment, it made me think of kind of the opposite of looking at it in a Black male framework of asking the question, is investing in a pro sports career track a good investment? It's a high risk, high reward investment, but if you place all your eggs in that one basket and you're competing over very limited opportunities to make it big, then it's not necessarily a wise investment strategy.
But it's not about making it big. I think the comparison is flawed because you either go big or bust, right? I think that's the first, I don't know. But beauty, to the extent that you can achieve enough of the trinkets, right? Let's use that. You can have access to more, right? It might be people treating you better. It might be people treating you better. It might be getting an extra drink at the bar. It might be, I don't know. It might be other things like actually being able to partner, because we live in a shallow world, right? So, like, it's not necessarily I am going to be the next Kardashian. If that were the case, like if you were attempting to move from point A to point B, where point A is nothing and then point B is everything, then I would agree with you. That analogy works, but because beauty, go big or go home, they said no. But that's not what the idea around beauty is. It's also like being able to look at yourself and say, you know what, I did that today, or whatever it is. It's walking out twice because not enough people saw your outfit. Okay. Anywho, thank you, Chris. I appreciate the discourse. As always, we disagree. Not as
No,
always.
capitalism is great. So
yeah. Thank you. All right, let's go 1 minute each. Everyone has a minute. And then I'll go into the after show.
I guess I'll start. Uh, Beauty does not have to exclude blackness, but black women have to include themselves.
Period. People
That's
in
it.
the
I don't
back.
need a minute.
Period. I love that. Black people in the back, you will be joining the after show, just FYI. And Devil's Advocate, I do appreciate your stance. I'm not disagreeing with you. I have a very fundamental disagreement with you, but I cannot pretend like I don't appreciate when people take ownership. I feel horrible because it's always black women taking ownership.
I want to clarify. I am not dismissing the weight that black men have played into that.
Yeah, no.
I'm not dismissing that at all.
You don't even have to clarify, and that's fine. Like, one of the things I'm trying to be more of is fear. And if you want to take that ownership, do it. I'm not going to fight a black woman about what they should and should not take ownership of. I wish more black men would do what you were doing. Honestly, like they were
I
in
do
the
too.
twerking. They're like twerking. Like Dean was essentially on his hand and head, spinning on the floor like we're at a dance hall in Jamaica, just twerking for you, like, period, girl. Yeah, you got this. Like, he was giving you all
No,
of
I
that.
didn't pick teacher, but every time I date, I have to teach. On that point, every time I date, I have to teach, but I also have to teach black women. So there's that.
Yeah, well, black women teaching black women, I'm here for it. Hopefully, black men start doing it the same. Hopefully, when Dean comes back up here, it will be with a sense of ownership. But thank you so much. Have a good day. I hope I wasn't too harsh with you. I hope I wasn't too harsh with anyone. I'm always messing with Marcus, so hopefully she doesn't take it to heart. But if you do, email me. All right, next person. Hope. Hope. Oh, Hope, you got it bad. Hey, Hope. We love you, Hope.
Oh, yeah.
We disagree with you, but we love you.
Okay. I appreciate that. Just want to say, first of all, I appreciate the time because
No, I appreciate your time.
I found this very interesting, and I don't mind the pushback. I don't. I'm trying not to read the chat because the last time, and I think that helped, not reading the chat so much. So if somebody says something to me in there, I might have caught it, might have not.
Oh, were you the person that were accused of being Asian once upon a time?
Yeah, and now I'm accused of being white.
That goes exactly to what I want to talk about later. But yeah.
But that's the internet for you, I guess, and whatever. Anyway, I just want to say thank you for the time. I appreciate the discussion. There's a lot of good points that everybody said, and I'm definitely going to think about them. But at the end of the day, I just want to reiterate this. I do not think Black women are ugly by any extent of the imagination. I personally believe Blackness is beautiful. I know I'm biased because I'm African and I know where I come from. I like my hair texture. I like my people. I know that.
I wish you
And
hadn't divulged that. I wanted them to keep guessing, but period.
I mean, I said I'm African a long time ago, and people still think I'm Asian and white and whatever.
All right, so good. So they'll continue to think you are good.
Exactly. It's okay. When you disagree on something, let's go to race. But in the end of the day, is I believe everybody should do what they can to make themselves feel better and feel beautiful, and whatever they need to do to get through and live a healthy life. Whatever everybody has to do their own calculus of what is worth investing in versus not, right? Some people might think it's good to lose weight versus some people are like, nope, no thanks. Whatever it is, like
Yeah, because I'm trying to gain weight, well, muscle, but
yeah, so everybody's different. It's just like when I go back home and some of the features that are deemed good here, like dainty wrists or something, are deemed back home
well,
ugly.
your time has expired, Hope.
I'm
Thank
saying I
you.
hope everybody feels good about themselves. I really hope y'all don't think I think black people are ugly because I'm not self-hating. I love the crap out of myself, and thank you guys.
All right, thank you. What in the world? You get 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Hey,
'Cause
famous. I just wanted to make this point. I actually agree with Devil's Advocate. I disagree with some of the positions that you were taking. While I do believe the man gaze has a significant impact on how women see themselves and what they do in regards to beauty, saying that that's why they do it, they do it for the man gaze, and therefore it's men's responsibility or men's fault that black women try to um, live up to whatever the standard is today. I think is basically saying we've relinquished our agency in the matter to black men. It's like
yeah, I
chasing
don't.
wind. You're never going to meet that standard.
No, I
So
mean I don't
I
disagree. Wait, I don't disagree. Sorry, I don't disagree with that. I just
but it's on us. Like we have to accept as women, we have to accept the responsibility that it's up to us to define what our beauty is. Not
no,
just
it's
wait for
not.
black men.
No, I think we have a strong. Like I feel like you guys think agency is like. And when I think about agency, too, let me pause your time. When I think about agency, I kind of agree that it's very important. Even when I talk about racism, I do this. But the men who are closest to you, if they keep telling you you're ugly, no amount of self-talk is going to allow you to feel beautiful in a world that quantifies beauty and worthiness by being coupled, unless you can somehow completely extract value in yourself and worth outside of these kinds of relationship, which I think it's
Yes.
possible. Erica,
That's what I'm driving at. We have to be able to do that. We have to work towards that because the way I see it, if you take 100 black women into like an excluded secluded island, leave them on their own. There is no male, let alone male gaze. There is no men, just them. Would they change how they look at themselves? Would they change their definition of beauty? I don't think so, because
all right, I
we
will admit
influence
this. I
each
will
other,
take
and
this.
so we
I will
have to
take
take
this. Wait,
accountability for how we influence each other and how we shape each other.
I will
Like
take this.
the way we're discussing it right now, we're operating just within the confines of male gaze, and we exist outside of that.
I will take this. And I think it's kind of important that I don't think it's impossible, obviously. So, because it's not impossible, I think you can take ownership of it. I've never disagreed with that. I think we underestimate the difficulty of that.
I understand that, but that's why I say we have agency. The same thing we say to black men when they say, racism, white supremacy, all of these resources that we don't have, and therefore we can't build the community. And we say we have to take accountability for that, and you have to get out of that mindset and basically say, I'm gonna change it. It's difficult, but you have to do it. That's what we're pushing. We have to do the same for us.
Yeah, I mean,
That
I'm not
same
saying you shouldn't. I'm saying why you haven't done it is because of the
I
culture you live
understand
in.
that, but the question was, should the question was should blackness be excluded, or like is blackness excluded, right?
Oh no, that's a separate. The other
But
part of that, what the one you're answering is whether who is to be blamed for
yes,
black
but the
women
source
doing
of it
this.
is that black people feel excluded from the beauty standard.
No, the
That's the
source of
root of
it.
it,
No,
right?
no, that's not the source. The source of it is not. I don't think black women feel excluded, but and I think this is where we need to get to, and we're done now. But for black men's desirability, and not desirability, but desires, and black women trying to keep up with black men's desire, and you're saying
We should let
women
go
should,
of that.
yeah. And I mean, I
We
don't
should let
disagree
go
with
of
that.
that because it would be chasing
Fully on
wind.
board. Fully on board.
Okay, I'm
Completely
glad
on
we agree
board.
on that. I'm
Oh
glad
no,
we agree on that. And the other
that
point that I
no.
wanted,
I think there's a distinction. There's a cause and like what you should do about it. I agree. Don't listen to these people telling you what to do. But the cause of it comes from a child being taught by her father who doesn't exist in the home, right? And the TV and men and attention. But I do agree with you. I think you should let go. Erica
yes,
said it.
and I do want to make a point. Um, there is no one standard for beauty. Beauty is not universal.
Period.
Within a community, within a country,
Drag.
there could be many different standards based on many different communities. Every community has their own structure, their own relationship, their own social environment. Beauty should be defined that way. And I feel like part of the reason, this is my frustration, part of the reason why Black women feel the way they do about beauty is because we're trying to fit into somebody else's standards. We don't
Yeah.
have standards of our own, and that
Well, we
is the
need
problem.
to. Thank you. I appreciate
So
you.
that's what I wanted to say.
I'm here for let it go. So I'm gonna admit something today. I was doing it in the sky. Cause I was tired. Anytime I'm not an alcoholic, I promise. I really am not. I was bored. Not with anyone here, but before. It was too much going on. Let me go into the after show. Thank you guys for coming. For those in the back, I'll add you in a minute. Hey everyone. So we're going to wrap this up. We have 10 minutes, and I don't care how we share this 10 minutes. Myself is included in this 10 minutes. So, like, you can cut me off, but let's go LB first.
Okay, so I thought I had something to say to your audience, and I guess I still do, but like I'm gonna preface this with like, obviously my opinion of you guys doesn't matter to, or it shouldn't matter to you, but I just think it's extremely disappointing that you
No,
guys
let's
don't.
not do this. Nope.
No,
Mm-mm.
I can't do
Mm-mm.
it.
Let's talk about it in our mod meeting. Let's do it.
Okay.
I think we should review this first.
No,
I
I'm
think we
saying
should.
your point of view, and honestly, I could leave after that. Like leave the channel, leave because I'm just annoyed. But
Yeah, well, I mean, that's fine, but we can talk about it in the.
yeah, no, I'll go. All right, bye.
All right. Well, that was awkward.
Yeah. I'm gonna go next because I think I feel her sentiments, but I'm not gonna say everything. I will say that I was extremely disappointed with this panel today. You know, it's kind of disheartening. I think that what was happening was we entered this whole thing in kind of a ill faith conversation, and I think the way it actually started off as like set up to fail. And I think that it's kind of weird because as a Black woman personally, I grew up with natural hair. Like I was not like even when my grandmother tried to.
Wait, pause. Can you no, I have to actually answer this.
Yeah.
I didn't allow her to speak, not because I didn't want her to not to speak. There, what is that in the background?
I don't know the person next to my screen, but her mic is on.
All right, thank you. I moved that. When it comes to sort of admonishing, I don't want that to be a thing necessarily. And so, if there is an issue with the chat, particularly from the moderator's perspective, I would appreciate sort of like hearing about it and then I address it in the same way that I don't allow you guys to address the moderators. I've talked about this before because I want to protect the moderators. I also want to protect the dignity of the chat. And so I don't want this to be a sort of attack the chat kind of thing. If there are issues, I've talked about a framework for which to operate under, where I will deliver the bad news, you can deliver the good news. But if there's corrections to be made, or if there are corrections to be made, I think there is an appropriate way to do it. I don't think she was wrong. I'm not sure what she was saying, but it seemed to be, she said she was disappointed with the chat. And I was like, you know what? That seems like a reaction that needs to happen offline and something that I might need to address, not something to address in real time. And I know about being emotional and talking on here. So I don't want that to happen to anyone. So I just hope you guys understood that. The live will be privated, by the way, just an FYI.
Yeah, I think like what I'm about to say kind of goes hand in hand, but it won't be like too deep. I think it's kind of I think how it was I think it was trying to be set up is I'm going in this because I know you and I've been following this channel for a very long time. And so I'm going to assume and I'm going to take that it was meant to like meant to have this idea that at the end of it, we were supposed to get to this idea that we should, as Black women specifically, define standards for ourselves. How it came across, however, was flipping everyone who has shared their experience and what they know to be real into something that, oh, you're calling everybody ugly. And it's like, no, I'm answering the question based on what I know it's real, because I myself, again, like I was saying, like as a child, like even my grandma was trying to straighten my hair. Everybody knows them hot combs. Everybody knows those hot combs. I'm going out with my afro. I'm going out to play in the park. You're not telling me nothing. You're not going to tell me that I'm not cute. You're not going to tell me I'm not pretty to this day, period. I go into every business with my natural hair. I don't care. However, it's not lost on me that I get stares and I don't fit in, or people are afraid to approach me because I'm in my natural state. It's not lost on me. That is reality. So how I think I am and how I show up in the world, in my experiences, I know it's different. I don't think that I'm ugly. I know that people associate natural hair with certain things. And I think that's what a lot of people were trying to get at versus, and I've actually come on panels before and I spoke about how when Black men are complaining, black women are responding, but they're not talking to Black women. They're talking to their
I'm going to pause the time because I want to interrupt for a second.
Yeah.
I can understand that, but that was not the question. And I think maybe the question was too precise or too specific, because I'm not asking whether or not Black women are or seem to be pushed out, right, of the beauty standard, and that the beauty standard is right, or that the beauty standard. That was not the question. I was asking whether or not Blackness can be included in the beauty standard. And I thought that was a resounding yes.
But
from
that's
Black
the thing.
people.
But that's the thing. It's kind of like, and this is where I was going to say, like, I'm embedding kind of what was happening in the chat too, because were there people that were agreeing with Hope? You could argue, yes, they were, because they were. I was one of them. However, there was an overwhelming amount of people who disagreed with her. And it's not to say just because something is accepted or something is exceptional that it can't or cannot be included. That's not how it's too much nuance. And for example, my question was going to be if Black women or Black people have a array of features, how can we put a standard on that if we come in so many different shapes, size, colors, and features? You cannot do that. So what tends to happen is, because we have features that are similar to people who are under capitalism higher than us, we associate those people with closer to whiteness and therefore better. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's cool. I'm not even saying it's something that I personally do. I don't even pay attention to white people half of the time.
Yeah, but like I feel like, so would you ask the question, answer, and this is it. I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off a little bit because we
Yeah,
have to move
absolutely.
on. And I'll start the timer on the next person. He had a good reason to cut me off, and I respect the choice. I'm not mad at Themis. I was annoyed at the chat, and I was inappropriate. I'm just taking a break. Yeah, all right, good. And we can talk tomorrow, LB. The one thing I was not going to do it like. I don't want you guys to feel stuck or like, oh my God, I have to keep supporting the like. I say prioritize your mental health over anyone, including me. Welcome, Kwan. So would you say Black women can never achieve? Would you say Blackness can never be included in the beauty standard ever?
Under certain circumstances.
So they can be in
They
your
can
mind.
be under certain circumstances.
All right, the nuance you're adding does not need to be there.
It has to be there. I'm
So
sorry,
they-
Themis.
No. I mean, you can be as precise as you want, and that's fine. The issue that I'm having is there is no one wants to give a yes or no answer.
Because
and
it's nuanced.
yeah, I mean, but the answer is yes.
Here's why you're going to keep getting the nuanced response is because the reality of it is that there are dark-skinned women that are accepted, and that there are Black women and Black people that are accepted. However, I don't know if you've ever seen this Diane Carroll film where the white guy comes up to her, and he's actually a famous actor too, but this goes to show you how much I don't pay attention to them. And she's like looking for something, and they're on a train, and he comes up to her and he goes, are you with your friend? Are you single? And she was like, yeah. And she's beautiful, just like the rest of the white girls. And the white guy goes, I guess I must have missed her. It's because it's not saying that Black women can't be beautiful. It's the fact that she's beautiful and Black. Like, oh, but you're Black. How are you beautiful? You get what I'm trying to say? Like, it's not a one-to-one, like, oh, Black people can't be beautiful. It's in a sea of women who are supposedly beautiful. Oh, this other group of women are exotic and they're different because they're outside.
No, like I don't understand why this happens. I feel like I am not asking the question properly. I don't think it was the question. It was the context of the author's words. Yeah, I actually think that's the truth, because like my question is very simple.
Mm-hmm.
It is, can Black women be included in the standard of beauty?
We're all conditioned to
no. The word "can" is the problem. Is the operative word there?
It is, and I think you're applying the word "can" in the words in hopes that the answer is yes, and the answer to give you just a flat out yes would be dishonest.
No, because because the author said Black women cannot be included in the standard of Blackness, cannot be included in the standard of beauty if beauty is supposed to have any value. And I'm like, that's a very dismissive approach to this, and definitive. And I don't think anyone would have said yes to that. So actually, I didn't operate in bad faith, but like I was actually surprised by the answer I received.
Because in my opinion, and this is just how I am, I'm going to say no because I don't participate in beauty standards as they are set.
I mean, okay, so I don't know if this is true, and if this is true, I will own it.
Mhm.
If this were a debate, a bad black man, Themis would never accept these red herrings to make a point. Okay, so I do accept that there's a lot of red herrings, and I do accept. This is the first time I'm addressing Witty in a while in a meaningful way because I do think he's right. And the reason he's right is because when you're holding these kinds of conversation, Black women are the center. And so I'm not BWE to the extent because I realize no man, you up in the unicorn, no man should be comfortable or sit comfortably in BWE.
Mhm.
And so it's hard for me to push back meaningfully because it is not for me to push back meaningfully. It's for women to hold court, right? And so it's hard for me to fully engage and say, no, you're wrong. Because I am a man coming at this from a male, like no one's going to tell me that I'm ugly. It's just not going to happen. I don't care who you are. But I recognize that kind of bravado, if it should be called anything, is not the same and defined in that way. The algorithm defines who is BWE. Well, as a man, I'm saying I should not sit comfortably in BWE, and I appreciate the discomfort, and I look forward to more questions about it. So I'm not BWE.
Let me
But
say these two
land.
things and then like give the mic to other people. I don't want to hold y'all hostage. So for damn, that was harsh. I already am. This is what I'm
What?
talking about with the
Oh yeah,
condition.
I was even talking about you. I was reading something. I'm so sorry. I was talking to you. If I was, I would definitely have told you.
I
But
can't hear you.
that wasn't even.
All right,
Excuse
wait,
me?
stop. Let's just stop. Go
I
ahead. You have
can't hear
30 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay. So basically I was gonna say like if I went to Korea, their standards is pale skin, a round face, and kind of really thin. But there are Korean girls that don't fit the standards in Korea. However, if I went there, I have a round face, clear skin, and my hair is a certain way, and I would get attraction because the round face is something that's in the double eyelid thing is something that would attract them. So I don't look at beauty standards as a one specific way of doing things or one specific way of looking at things because it could really vary. And that's all I was really trying to say. But the other thing I was trying to say was you have to look at how we're conditioned in general and just how the chat behaves once they disagree with someone or they feel like someone's annoying or it turns into this everybody kind of like, yeah, this and that and this and that. And it's just like without seeing both sides of what's happening. Like
Yeah.
give it a minute and absorb what's happening and what someone's saying.
Yeah. And I don't know, maybe I hope that it's not a need to be on my side, because then I wouldn't have done my job. Because the content creator I want to be is where people are vehemently disagreeing with me.
Yeah, you get attacked, boy.
That is fundamentally what I want.
You actually get attacked.
Huh?
I said you actually get attacked.
I do? In the chat?
Yeah, people come for you, man. Not in
Period.
the chat though, but like the strength you got to just into that audio app or whatever with those men that was
Oh,
just
no,
looking.
I thought you meant people were dragging me in the chat. I was like, period.
No, people love you here. You got nothing but love out here.
Yeah. So yeah, I can't use. Someone said, "Themis, you're a man. You can't use your personal experience to compare it to the Black woman." Yeah, I can, and I would never. So that's why I hold the court, if you want to call it that, in the way that I do. Thank you so much. That's Nania, right?
Yes. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Night.
There always will be disagreement, even in our own safe space. We don't have to always agree, and it shouldn't trigger a linger conflict and constant follow-up for clarification. Disagreement is okay. No judgment. Thank you, Nicole Jones. Yeah, that, I mean, I actually thought that was what we have created here, and I'm hoping that's what we've created here because it looks like I disagree with a lot of people on this topic. Period. Um, Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to change the time back from 4 to 5 minutes. We have 5 minutes and then we're done, even for me. Go ahead. Anyone can take it.
Oh, I was gonna say that I do agree with some of the people in the chat that the conversation was doomed from the start. Not because of how you questioned it, but I think because of how some of us perceived the question. So the answer is kind of answered through personal experiences, but using personal experiences as a macro argument, which was never going to work. But what I was going to say is, I'm Nigerian, so I grew up in Nigeria before I moved to the States. So for me, that's why I've always said beauty is subjective, because everything I've grown up with around me in Nigeria, there were people I considered beautiful and there were people I considered ugly. But that was based on my personal opinion. It was subjective because there are two other. That's why I tell people all the time. There are 8 billion people in the world. Everybody's not going to find the same person attractive.
Yeah.
That's why I believe it was doomed from the start because of how everyone is choosing to answer the question. That's all I had to say.
Thank you. Wait, who was that? Was that
Bucky.
both? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Was it
Hello?
Rochelle?
Yes, you got it.
Finally. Oh my God.
Hello.
Like I was so nervous. I was actually nervous saying it.
Sounding out my name. Well,
Period.
so your question was, do you think blackness can be considered like a part of the standard of beauty?
Yeah. Our black people can be
My
included in beauty. Are black people excluded because of blackness from beauty forever? Or can that change?
uh, well, well, my go-to inherent answer is yes. Yes, we can be included, and
Period.
I'm not I'm not really a
You're not
pessimist.
Jamaican, are
Like,
you?
no,
All right.
I'm Trinidadian and Nigerian. Yes,
All right.
I'm both.
I
So
have to ask
I
one about it. Go
pardon?
ahead. Sorry,
Oh,
go ahead.
I that's such a pessimistic way of looking at it. Just in terms of like, no, we will forever be excluded because colonization and white supremacy. That is just such a horrible way of looking at it. And in the chat I said I made a quick comment like there are pseudoscientists who believe that aliens built the pyramids, and clearly we all know that's not true. But my point in saying that is that, like, there could be some white people out there who will use anything to, like, discredit us in any way possible. And, like, just because they said it doesn't mean we have to believe it. It doesn't mean we have to internalize it. But unfortunately, that's what colonization has done to the whole world. And so many people have internalized what a certain group of people have said, and they've taken it and run with it. And that's why skin bleaching is so popular in Asia and all these Asian countries. And but onto the kind of statement you made where you were saying how you don't think it's entirely possible that we can kind of take ourselves out of this kind of way of thinking and kind of empower ourselves. I personally disagree with that, where because Black women have kind of created the whole natural hair movement in the 2000s. And I mean, I've been natural my whole life, but even before even before it was a thing. But it's just, I think if Black women could put down the relaxers because they knew it was killing them and giving them cancer, I think we can like start to slowly make shifts in our image and slowly push our our beauty out there, even if it takes a while because progress is slow. I think it is possible, and I think we can do it. Just like how so many Black women now are not more women are natural now than ever before, and it was possible then, and it's possible now. And I think we can accomplish being the standard, well, the standard. And I just don't think it's necessarily rewarding to look outside of our own group and look to outsiders to dictate what we find beautiful and what is beautiful, because I mean they're not even a part of the same racial group, so their opinion of what we do and what we look like should be truly relevant.
Thank you. You guys have 1 minute.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
55 seconds.
Good evening. Hi, Themis.
Hey.
Good to see you.
You too.
So then the question of beauty, your question was, can Black people fit in the standard of beauty? So I'm thinking you're just talking about a general, this society standard of beauty. Yes. I think we always have standards of where beauty is concerned. Trends change. They go back and forth all the time. So yes, and I don't think people should be trying to fit into whatever the latest trend is. It's going to change. That's it.
Thank you. I'm going to keep this live up for a bit. The reason I was going to private it is because if I didn't want LB to just leave and that be the end of it, but she said she's only taking a break and she apologized publicly. So I might be able to stay up. I'll talk to her and see what she wants. I don't want to embarrass people. I think the prompt was confusing because at the time it seemed like the question was theoretical, but other times we were addressing the current standard, meaning Naomi Campbell. It was asking about possibility. And so, I mean, it is theoretical fundamentally, but you can draw on reality to inform your theory. That's the best way I can answer that, Sasha. Thank you. Sava, I'm going to give you a minute too, because everyone. Oh,
all right. Hi. I was like, 1 minute is not enough for the both of us. So, okay. Yeah. It's clear that Black people are beautiful, but we still live in a world that is dominated by white people, and they inform the way that we view ourselves. Let's talk about the doll experiment. And I think Chime Edwards, she's a content creator. She did the doll experiment a few years ago, and systematically Black children choose their own image as ugly, as bad. This is the early conditioning that we are exposed to and subjected to, and unless we do the radical work of rejecting the beauty standards that we've been fed and that we really do the work, it's still going to play out somewhere in the back of our mind. The subconscious mind is powerful. It's 90% of our interaction. The conscious mind, the way that we reason and we intellectualize and we read book and we absorb information, it's only 10%. So at the end of the day, yes, we're beautiful, but still we are bombarded with images that always affirm against our beauty. So I think it's difficult. Even the fact that we're asking, what was the question? Are Black people part of the beauty standard? The fact that we're asking that
be a part of the beauty standard
can be part, like the fact that we're asking suggests that, like, it's not clear whether or not we should be part of the beauty standard. And it's also dangerous because beauty in general, because again, when a person has determined that they're not beautiful, they're going to do anything in order to achieve that beauty standard, to have access to opportunities. That's how we run into problems like skin bleaching, which is dangerous because you're literally going against your health, your natural skin complexion, just to achieve a beauty standard that's so flimsy. It changes from century to century. There's no such thing as universal beauty. Beauty patterns and trends always evolve over time and with the course of the evolution of cultures. So I think beauty should be in the eye of the beholder. Oh my God, the timer. Okay, I'm done.
Someone said he's right, period. Well, I don't have any more time left either because I said this was our time. Thank you all for being here. This actually was less academic than I thought it would be and less theoretical than I thought it would be. And I'm very excited because I have 8 pages of notes
Wow.
from the reading, and I'm glad I didn't have to go through it. And I am glad I didn't go through all my videos. And I'm going to get better at this. I think I'm a bad content creator, and I will attempt to be better at like just keeping on track. So I apologize to you guys. I will keep on track. I will get better at the panel hosting and all
But
of
we
that.
love you, Famous. I just want to say that.
Oh, thank
Love
you. And also my voice is going over. Can you hear that?
Yes.
Yes, it's cracking up.
Don't private it on my account. I don't care what anyone watching thinks unless they pay my period. What people eat doesn't make me. People will be people, and everyone is where they are meant to be. That includes their mental.
I can
Thank
pay
you.
your bills, LB. I can pay your bills.
Can you pay my bills? All right. So thank you
Wait,
all.
Venus,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. We're just saying how you were kind of sad that it wasn't more academic or theoretical. And I think
No, I
it's
wasn't
just
sad. I was
because
happy.
beauty is.
Subjective.
Oh, sorry. Well, I think it's just because it's inherently like beauty is inherently subjective because it's
Mhm.
always changing. So you can't really look at it through a analytical or academic lens because it's subjective all around the world and through time periods.
I mean, once it comes out of that, then it becomes a women conversation mostly. But I like the conversation, and I appreciate the perspective. And women always seem to come up here and just take accountability, so I'm here for that. Thank you all. Great.
So the fact that you approached it two
Thank you,
different
Famous.
we got so many different responses. That's all I want to say.
Yeah. I'm glad there's so many distinctive voices, and like we don't all agree. This is not an echo chamber, and so I'm very happy. Thank you, LB. You're an awesome. Anytime I want, you guys are so sweet. You guys better lie to me. You guys better lie to me. Thank you guys so much. In any case, have a wonderful, wonderful night. I really did enjoy this discussion. I really, really, really did. Have a wonderful night.
It was
And
beautiful.
you better use that.
That was another kind of beauty. Good night.
Have a good night, y'all.